It's Dr. Adetola Salau, the former senior special assistant governor of Lagos State, Nigeria, 2020 to 2023, and currently a senior special advisor to the governor of Kwara State in Nigeria. She has partnered with stakeholders to solve challenges in education, particularly by infusing STEM into the academic curriculum, designing training programs for schools, implementing and evaluating STEM practices.
She holds the PhD in chemistry, order, and MSc in engineering management, and another MSc in chemical engineering from Syracuse University, a PhD in curriculum instruction and the science of learning from the University of Oklahoma of New York.
She will be at a space science and education. See you there. It's Dr. Adetola Salau, the former senior special. It's Dr. Adetola Salau, the former. It's Joshua. Joshua James, a passionate chemistry educator and Limitless Space Institute educator with a dedicated career spanning over 9 years in the education sector. Joshua's career has led numerous STEM outreach initiatives and workshops aimed at underprivileged students and educators. He believes firmly in the transformative power of hands-on real-world learning. Joshua James advocates for the use of space exploration as a dynamic tool to ignite curiosity and foster innovation among students. He's particularly passionate about empowering educators with the confidence to bring space science into their classrooms. He will be speaking with us at the Space Science in Education Summit powered by Oluwabanke Adeus. Ms. Kayode Adewale, a Fulbright certification in Nigeria. Ms. Kayode Adewale, a Fulbright C Fellow, Limitless Global Educator, Space Science Educator, MIE Fellow, NCE, USA Global PET Educator, and Translator. Kayode Adewale is a committed educator who is dedicated to transforming education in Nigeria by using 21st century skills in its teaching practice. Kayode embarked on a remarkable journey by producing instructional videos that teach mathematics in the Ijebu dialect. Kayode beyond the classroom extends his impact as a radio presenter on the program Emancipate Through Technology. Ilé-iṣẹ́ wo gbé lórí ayélujára delivered in the Jeju language. He will be presenting at the State Science Education Summit powered by Oluwabande Adeosi. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? We are live. Are we live? How are we live? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I trust your day has started on a great note. Meet Dr. Adetola Salau, the former Senior Special Assistant on Education. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. We are live. You are all welcome. When you come in, please make sure that you are muted. When you come in, please make sure you're muted. Welcome, everyone. So we are here today. How did your day go? How are you doing? Right, you're welcome. This is in the waiting room. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, you're welcome. We have Dr. Tola Salau in the building. Dr. Tola Salau in the building. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, please let me know that you can hear me in the chat. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Awesome. Awesome. Dr. Tola Salau is in the building. She is our first presenter. Dr. Tola Salau, I believe you've seen her profile. Please respond in the chat. I believe you've seen her profile. She is giving her keynote speech today. It's Dr. Adetola Salau. Oh, yes. Awesome. Let me quickly share her profile so that you can. Yep, I'm going to. The former Senior Special Assistant on Education to the Governor of Lagos State, Nigeria, 2020 to 2023, and currently a Senior Special Advisor to the Governor of Kwara State in Nigeria. She has partnered with stakeholders to solve challenges in education, particularly by infusing STEM into the academic curriculum, designing training programs for schools, implementing and evaluating STEM practices.
She holds the BSc in Chemistry Order, MSc in Engineering Management, and another MSc in Technical Engineering from Syracuse University, a PhD in Curriculum Instruction and Science of Learning from the University of Oklahoma State University of New York.
She will be at a Space Science Education Summit powered by the Bank and Davis. See you there. All right. We will start today's meeting by taking our national anthem. So shall we all take the national anthem? Let me unmute everyone. Allow participants to unmute themselves. So now, shall we take the national anthem? You can unmute now. And let's take the national anthem. Shall we go? Arise, oh.
The new one, please.
The new one. Nigeria, we hail thee.
native land.
And though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria's all are proud to serve our native motherland. And on that note, I welcome you all to the Space Science in Education Summit, powered by Oluwabanke Adewusi. The STEM prof is in the building to talk to us about the importance of space science. The importance of space science. Dr. Adetola Arike Salau, please unmute and share your video so that we can hear you. Dr. Ma'am. Please unmute. Dr. Tola Salau, please. Okay. Okay, now you should be able to unmute. You can unmute now, ma'am.
Okay. Please give me a quick minute. Give me 1 minute, real quick. 1 minute.
Right, ma'am. Right, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are we streaming? Are we streaming? Are we streaming? We are streaming. We are streaming. It's Dr. Adetola Salau, the former senior.
My apologies. I'm taking a quick call and I will be right with you. 1 minute.
Okay. It's Dr. Adetola Salau, the former Senior Special Assistant on Education to the Governor of Lagos State, Nigeria, 2020 to 2023, and currently the Senior Special Advisor to the Governor of Kwara State in Nigeria. She has partnered with stakeholders to solve challenges in education, particularly by infusing STEM into the academic curriculum, designing training programs for schools.
All right. Can you see me now?
She holds the BSc in chemistry.
Yes, ma'am.
MSc in engineering.
See you.
Please let me be able to share my screen too, so that you can see my presentation. Did you see my request to be able to share my screen?
Banke, you have to stop sharing, Banke.
Okay, so I just stopped sharing. Okay.
You have to make me a co-host or something like that.
Are you able to share now?
Let me see. Yes, fantastic.
Awesome.
All right.
You're welcome, ma'am. You are welcome. Let's go.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Adetola Talal, and I am the Special Advisor on Education to Kwara State Governor. My mandate is on education, policy formulation, and human capital development, which means I work with students and teachers from primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. Today, we're going to be discussing the relevance of space education. And I'm really excited about this because this is something that I'm very, very passionate about. One of my favorite quotes that I've had for 5 years is, if we use the education of yesterday to train today's children, then we're depriving them of tomorrow. It's a quote by John Dewey, a famous American education guru. And if you're somebody who does a lot of work in the education space, trust me, there's no how you wouldn't have heard about John Dewey. In fact, the library system as we know it all over the world, it's called the Dewey system. It's also named after him. That's how instrumental a lot of the work that he has done is. When I was putting together this presentation, I kept thinking about how the world has changed tremendously. I was talking to privileged, in fact, I would call it a privilege. I was privileged to talk to somebody who is 100 years old. And let me tell you, he's quite an interesting person, this person I'm talking about. He lives in Ilorin, and I actually call him my grandpa now. And I love how much knowledge he has and how enthusiastic he still is about education. He happens to be, I think a lot of the people who live that long end up being educators, because your constant, proximity to people who are young and new ideas, it keeps you young and it keeps your brain stimulated. And he used to lecture in Unilag. He also used to lecture in quite a number of the institutions there at Ilorin, at Kwara State. And he's still very excited about teaching, still very excited about possibilities. And when he and I spoke, or still speak, because we speak over and over and over, but I'll make sure I send him messages on WhatsApp to read them. He will always tell me about how things used to be in the 80s, in the 70s, 60s. And it's interesting listening to him because he makes you understand how things have really, really, really changed. And a huge part of why a lot of these changes have to do with the space race. And the reason for this was, while a lot of the work was being done in the space race, subsequent things were also being discovered. And I will also touch on that. And I'm hopeful that as we continue in our quest to go and explore the frontiers of space, we will also continue to see more and more things that are out there and bring them to see how we can use them to better our world. When we talk about space education, we're talking about things that have to do with space-related concepts, and skills, and knowledge. And I believe that it equips students with skills and knowledge that helps them to go into various careers. I really do, with all of my heart. Remember, I mentioned the benefits that the space race brought. One of them was the GPS. The moment you have a phone in your hand, automatically you are equipped, as far as I'm concerned, with a GPS machine, because anybody can track your location and you can track your, where you want to go, meeting other people with that GPS locator that's in your phone. So imagine if the space race hadn't happened and that GPS hadn't been discovered. I don't know what would have happened to them. That are constantly, when I go to places, I end up getting lost and I have to get directions and go back and forth. So the space race has been such a major advantage. And of course, when we talk about that, we're also talking about satellites, because a lot of those satellites were set up because of space race also. Material science, another area too that is very close to my heart, as a chemical engineer, also benefited a lot from the space race. And of course, a lot of the things that we utilize these days, in fact, I should have written it in the previous slide. When we talk about the weather, we take it for granted that you pick up your phone now and you can have an idea of what the weather is like in Keja, what the weather is like on the island, what the weather is like in Port Harcourt. I'm even limiting myself. You can, we're sitting here today. We can go right now on Google and we can know what the weather is in New York, Moscow. A lot of that also came because of the space race and this satellite. And that has to do with the exploration that took place in the universe, through Earth, while they were carrying out all these discoveries. Which brings me again to advancements that have also taken place in other areas too. Medicine, I was just thinking about the fact that so much now that has advanced in medicine still comes back again to the space race. A lot of the advancements, neurosurgery, nano, bio, no, not the other, not bio, biomedical, biochemical, a lot of those advancements still find their roots, the space race itself. And then environmental monitoring, which I just mentioned about checking the weather and also looking at these fans, not participants, what do you call them? Participate, there you go, in the environment when you're looking at trace metals, things like that. All of that too were worked on through scientists, through the work that they did with space. And of course, our favorite inspiration that it brought to a lot of our youth across the world to pursue careers in STEM fields, them seeing a lot of the work that was done. I'm thinking of someone like me, all the movies that I watched in the 80s when I was growing up, that had to do with exploration, that had to do with space, making engineering, making science very intriguing, very attractive. There are a lot of youth that are like me, that's what interested them and intrigued them and created that love for science. So for me, when I think about this work that we're doing with space education, I think about what are the benefits for our students right now and how can we push that and drive that. And one of the biggest things for someone like me when I was younger, I see that it hasn't even changed till now for this young one, is inspiring their curiosity. Children are already born naturally curious. So if we utilize it right, we actually make them very interested. I know I was somewhere recently trying to go back into the recesses. Where was I? I was somewhere and the person had a young child. And oh, now I remember. No, it wasn't a house. I was at the US Embassy. Yes, it was in July. I was at the US Embassy in July. And they have various stations there so that if you come with your children, the parent can pay. And this lady was telling me about her daughter who was 6, came to get the passport for the daughter. The daughter was 6, and how the daughter was so inspired about science and loved asking her questions about the universe, loved asking her questions about the planet. And I was encouraging her that please, you need to encourage the child because that's what will make the child become a scientist and want to continue to follow up on more and more things around science. And people like that are the people who ask questions and explore and discover, and they carry out research and they end up having problem solving skills, skills that are very critical for us right now. The difference between AI and us is the ability, this thinking that we're able to independent thoughts, that it can go in various ways. So we don't want to quell that in these children. Another thing that I know that space also helps is that when people mention space, they always think of the planets, they think about all those equations like Einstein, which is physics. But it goes beyond that. You think about it, I just mentioned what they call them, trace elements, that's chemistry. And then you think about it, when you talk about is there life on Mars, that's biology. And then as I was trying to tell some teachers last week, mathematics, I was telling them, no, there was a bar 2 weeks ago. I was telling them that mathematics is the mother of all the subjects. Mathematics is how we do all the calculations. So you see how all of them all connect with each other. And then when you come to the real world, you can't separate and say, oh, this is physics, this is chemistry, all blend together. So it's easier to explain to students about STEM and explain to them that everything comes together in the world, which is when we talk about disciplinary learning. Everything comes together. It's really a lot easier. And then, of course, I mentioned about people who are like me, got intrigued by what happened during the space race and ended up being in STEM careers. For me, it's a major way that we can draw a lot of our students to be in the science and engineering.
We can't see you, Dr. Tola Salau, the STEAM prof. Okay, she's back. She's back. Dr. Salau is back. Please unmute.
My
Yes.
network was really bad. I don't know where it stopped. Just tell
We
me and I
were
can go back.
interdisciplinary learning.
Fantastic. So that's not so hard. I can go back. Okay,
So we've gone through inspires curiosity. Now we are talking about interdisciplinary learning and mathematics being the mother of all.
fantastic. Okay, so let me get back to that. Okay, slideshow. So I was mentioning, okay, oh wow, it cut me off. Okay, I now see where it cut me off. So I was saying that it now takes me to career opportunities that for a lot of people like me, and I hope that we will do this, that the space race and space education offers so many opportunities and offers avenues for us to attract lots of these students to come on board to be scientists, to be researchers, to be engineers. And then even if they're not going to be scientists, they can see the applications and utilize them in their lives. That it will inspire them and show them so many paths. I mean, I said someone like me, I watched Back to the Future, I watched Star Wars. I could keep going on about all these different movies that I watched that inspired me and all the books that I read. There were so many of them, even some of them. Right now, as I'm speaking to you, let me see, there's one right here. There's so many of them that I have here that I still read today all the time. That's one of them. I read today all the time. And we use that to inspire our students and bring them on board, because we need a lot more of our students being scientists, researchers, and solving these challenges that we have around us. So I want to put out this call to action, all of us who are educators here, to please, whenever we are having discussions with our students, go online and see what is happening in scientific discoveries, see what is happening in the tech industry, and just give them 2 or 3 highlights every day, have some discussions around it. That will help create a bridge to start attracting more and more of these students to decide that they want to be scientists. And there's so much that is happening in the space industry right now that ties into the work that we're trying to talk about, what's happening in space and how it connects to them. What's his name? SpaceX, Elon Musk and his crew. A lot of the things they're doing. I remember just recently, I think it was on Twitter and on regular news, I read about those 2 astronauts that will not be able to come back until next year because of some complications. Talk to them about what could it be like for those people, you know, that they could imagine themselves, how would they cope, you know, just have conversations, inspire their minds, make them start thinking, let them think out about different possibilities. Who knows? The world is becoming such a dynamic place that I see so many things, and I believe, like I said, when I speak to that 100-year-old man, when I listen to him, I imagine what things must have been like when he was a youngster and what things are like now. I think to myself that if I live to 100 years, I can only just imagine. I'm not even reach half.
Please unmute. We can't hear you. Have you, Dr. Sao? Can you unmute?
Got you. Okay, somebody started speaking, so I didn't know that I was muted. My bad. Yes. So I said I put out a call to action for all my science educators. I don't know if they heard me say that. That I need them to, from now on, to please go online, Twitter, even on Facebook, regular news, from time to time, just infuse maybe 1 or 2 current happenings in the tech space, things that are happening in science development, research, and of course, space industry. And I said, look, a lot of things is happening with SpaceX, with Elon Musk. And I said, one of the things that I learned about last week, and I'm still following up on this week, are these 2 astronauts that are in the space station and will not be able to return until next year. I said, imagine, ask them questions about that and spark their imaginations. What would it be like for them if they were trapped outside space? I remember there was a movie around that too. I think it was Gravity, yes, with Sandra Bullock. I watched that movie, and that movie too was quite intriguing. Talk to them about those kind of movies. Bring clips from movies like that to share with them. Just make them start thinking. I was talking about the older gentleman. I called him, the one I call Grandpa now, that is 100 years old. And I could only imagine how marvelous and how he marvels sometimes at how different things are for our world now compared to when he was younger. And I'm saying I can't even imagine how different things will be if I were to live to 100, which will be another over 50 years. Over, yeah, because I haven't even hit half a century yet. And I'm imagining things will even be a lot more different now. Like, I can't even quite grasp or think about it because it will be amazing. But the only way for us to make sure that our young ones are able to adapt is by opening their minds and helping them to understand these vast changes that are happening there and equipping them with the mindsets for it. And that starts by the way they think. And you helping them to think that way and then helping them to see things that way. It's your prerogative as educators to do that. So I want to thank you for listening to me today talk about how the space race benefited all of us and how it has enormous advantages for our students right now and how we as educators have to help them take advantage of it right now. I am available if you want to reach out to me on any of these social media platforms. Just send me a message. I always respond. People tell you I always respond. Immediately, I always respond, particularly that WhatsApp. I always respond. I am very, very grateful for all of our science educators and math educators. Of course, I have to shout out to math educators. You guys do the hard work. You guys, I keep telling everyone that you're the most valuable player. You're the ones who are in the front lines doing the hardest work for these young people. Believe me, if there's anybody that understands that, it's me. You're the ones who do the hardest work. And your work is so critical for our children's future. So today I'm here to encourage you and to tell you that we really, really appreciate you. I appreciate you. Please don't stop doing the work you're doing. So, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for taking time off your busy schedule to share with us. Thank you so much. All right. We will move on quickly to the next one. We are having Alvaro. Alvaro, you've seen his profile earlier on, and here is his session. Okay. So 1 minute. Can you see my screen? Okay, you can now see my teachers, facilitators of learning, custodians of our next generation of innovative thinkers, problem solvers, and creative thinkers. You are welcome to this session of the Space Science in Education. Alvaro, super excited to have you join us on this training. Can you introduce yourself briefly to my teachers?
Thank you. Well, first of all, hi, good morning or afternoon. I'm not sure exactly what time you guys are having this lecture over there with you, but nice to meet you. My name is teacher Alvaro Mayoral Corpus. I'm a Mexican teacher from Mexicali, Baja California. I'm located below California, and I'm an English, science, history, geography, literature teacher, a multitask teacher. And I had the great privilege to be part of this amazing group of teachers, and I was able to meet Olawanke during our Houston trip. And I'm really excited to be part of this workshop, and I hope my story or my lessons or things that I've been working throughout this years can help you guys to within your classrooms, and I'm super excited to be here.
Thank you. All right, so what do you have for us this day?
Okay, really quick, it's just how I started or how everything started when I decided to go a bit more focused on STEM and science. So my lecture or my talk goes, it's titled From Mexicali, which is where I'm from, to NASA, a Mexican's teacher's journey into space. So in this
Presumption for this matter. What message individual? Really?
I am second generation or cohort 2.
Oh, the message the message go to share message. I just respond to
Institute, NASA, the International Space Station, and the logo that is located on the far right is that is a STEM channel that different teachers from my state, from Baja, we work with different topics and we create digital content for teachers and students regarding science, technology, and everything in between. And regarding my professional development, I've been certified by Oxford, by Cambridge, by the University of California, the Berkeley chapter. I'm a space station ambassador, educator. I've been working with the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, and I've been a finalist with the Falling Walls event. In my country, it's provided or funded by the German embassy. And I'm a proud space camp teacher. I was part of the last generation of teachers on 2018. And that's the one that I got my start from regarding this wonderful world of STEM and science. And that's how it all started. In my case, as a teacher, this will be my 22nd year as a teacher. I started a little bit young when I was 17. And this has been a wonderful experience because I've been working with fourth graders to sixth graders in elementary school. I've been working with middle school kids, high school kids, and also college and university. So I've had this experience of working with different students along the way. And also as a teacher, I've had the chance to work on different environments or with different groups. I worked with science fairs. I worked with different class activities with adults that at some point, in my very personal opinion, those are the probably the ones that you can kind of tap a bit the most because they already have all their conduct and their process. So it's a little bit different than dealing with kids, but it's very enriching as an experience because we're both able to learn from ourselves since we see each other as people. And also I have the chance to work on this particular book with Zoom call when we had the COVID-19 situation. So I think that as a teacher, we have experienced different things or we have worked on different things in order to make the most out of our classes. But most importantly, I always try to connect with my students in order to make themselves and work on the happiest mode that they can be in order for them to learn properly. But most importantly, to build that sense of community within my classes. And going back to our first point, I started my journey in 2017. A teacher from my middle school told me about the program, and I was quite uncertain at first because I was not sure if I was going to be able to make it due to the fact that my major is an English major or a language major. And she said, you know what, I haven't heard nothing about it. At least no one has gotten a no per se, unless you don't make the cut once they select the teachers. So I sent my application, I did a couple of rounds through Zoom calls, and I did multiple interviews. And then at the end, I had the chance to become a space camp educator in 2018. We had different experiences over there, but I took like the three that I liked the most from that particular camp, which was the water landing practice. They took us on this little capsule that you see here, and we had different roles that we had to play, and they threw the capsule to a artificial lake, and you had to work with your team and check your card to see what role we're playing, and we would have to fill that role and save the crew. Then the moon landing practice, it was a simulator where you either did the moon landing or you were working with inside space vehicle in order to guide your team members to go through the spacewalk. And then the last one was the Capcom practice. In this case, the Capcom practice was you get selected and you kind of go into a room and it's sealed for like 2 hours, and you work with the crew that it's located in space and the crew that is located here on a space station, and you have to work and communicate with different teams. That's why there's a line of people where each and every one of us has a specific task to work on. And it was a really amazing experience because I never had an idea of how everything worked. So Space Camp in 2018 gave me a very good perception of how, in general terms, astronauts were trained and also everything that happens like behind the scenes. Also, and during that time, I was able to meet other teachers from my country, from Mexico. That is the picture that is located on the left. We were just 10 teachers from my whole country that qualified for Space Camp in 2018. And then the picture that is located here on my right, it's just 4 teachers. But what was pretty awesome about that picture was the fact that we didn't know each other and we were all from the same city. And we didn't know each other because when we got selected, they usually split you into 2 groups, Group A and Group B. I was in Group A and they were in Group B. That's why I had never had the chance to meet them or the rest of the teachers from Mexico because they were all in Group B. I was in Group A, so we met until day number 3 or 4 when we had to take the group pictures. So it was really cool to see other teachers that we shared that experience, and then it was really cool to have other 3 teachers from your city to be part of this experience as well. And once I started working with that, I remember that I asked one of the teachers from my group, he was from Germany. He said, I asked him like, well, now that I have done this, I would like to prepare myself more or work more within the field of science. What can I do, or what would you recommend me to do? And he said, you know what, in order for you to either qualify or go to different contests or lectures or workshops, my humble opinion is just prep yourself up and go to different events in order for people to kind of track you down, see what you're doing, and you will not have a lot of restrictions whenever you apply to a program or to a scholarship. So once I finished that, next summer, I applied for the University of California on their science workshop with the Institute of the Americas. And it was a great experience with that one too. I was able to earn a scholarship and go to the University of California during the summer. It was like a 4-week program. It was really cool. They were mostly based on chemistry and marine biology, which is probably the area that I will tend to lean the most regarding biology. But it was a great experience. That program is designed for teachers within California and Baja California, the Baja section states. So that was a really rich experience to have too, and work with American teachers and Mexican teachers as well. Then COVID happened, and you will ask yourselves, what does a sane and normal regular teacher would do when this happens? You sign up for a workshop. So even though we were not able to leave the house or to go to a certain place or places, one of my former team members or Space Camp team member told me, you know what, or I have a workshop within my state, which is in Colorado, and we've been working on it. We're considered like the kind of a brother or sister to the event that we had a chance to experience in 2018. Would you like to apply to it? And but you will have to be dedicated to the program for a certain number of weeks, and you'll have to build a project. And all we're asking is that you're willing and able to work and properly go through the stations or through the sets. And got the scholarship. I worked with a teacher from Australia that life works in mysterious ways, and now we are LSI cohorts. She's in cohort 1 and I'm in 2. So it was a great experience to have. I mean, it was tough because there were a lot of weeks to work on the project, and we had a lot of information to kind of time in and process. But eventually, what we decided to work on was in a habit structure that was going to orbit around Mars in order to collect data and information and keep track of the environment and check where, when, and where would be suitable to send a like an investigation vehicle or a resource vehicle to check the surface and check the environment within Mars. And that was the example of what we did as part of the project. And we had a capital structure, and we had some sort of a brief and mission statements on how we're going to work on it. And that was our project for the 2020 event. And once I finished that, they told me that if I was interested in working or collaborating with another event, and it was an individual event, but it will require a new project. So I said yes. I mean, I was already tired of the previous one, but I was already on hold. So they told me about this new activity, and I did all the paperwork. I did my interviews, and I displayed and presented my project through Zoom, through a Zoom call. And eventually, at the end, I was selected as Teacher Liaison Ambassador on 2021. I was the second Mexican teacher to get this distinction, and once I started working with them, it kind of opened a new perspective, but also really it opened new doors for me to start working on, and it gave me a platform in which I was able to work with different teachers, work with different projects, not just in my community, but also from different countries or different states within my country. And I was able to experience this once I did the Space Exploration Educators Conference in Houston 2022. I was able to work on a presentation regarding the activities that I was doing with my students. In this case, we decided to work with the Postcards to Space program on 2022, and I had the chance to show and display what we were doing and the process of how I introduced to space education per se, and we decided to do different postcards and different posters that eventually at some point we were going to send them, where they were going to be delivered to the International Space Station. So that project had a really good reception from the other teachers and the event itself. And at some point I was really honored to be invited to my consulate offices of my country in Houston, and I had the chance to work with different teachers from the Houston area that they were either Mexican or Latin descent, and it was really enriching to have that experience of how they saw you as a motivation or inspiration to continue working or pursuing teaching as a major or as a career defining moment. So I was extremely happy and honored to be invited to my consulate offices and have that lecture and workshop with the different Latin and Mexican teachers residing in Houston. And once that happened, I went next year and I worked with wonderful educators from across the US and many different countries. I worked with the projects that I was working within my community. And then in 2024, I had this amazing honor, and I was really excited to get the news that I was part of the Limited Space Institute cohort #2. And this is the class of 2024. There's 6 teachers. Antonio, which you have during this event too, he's from Brazil. Hannah Cohen, Mark Wesley, Lisa Piauno, Ben Bracken, and yours truly. And I was really excited and I cried, and I was extremely happy about having this opportunity and the chance to work with each and every one of them. But most importantly, I was able to experience and get to know the other teachers as well, because we had a group from Brazil and then the group from Nigeria, which I had the chance to meet you in Houston. And it was really enriching to have this experience of going through the different NASA facilities, having different astronauts and spokes members from different space agencies and paths within NASA or any other agency, and embrace the STEM factor of how it is different technology into our classrooms. And also, we were able to experience the dust observatory mini workshop that we had during Houston session, but also we were able to be granted this sort of code or permit to work with the telescope. Actually, Chaka was kind enough to guide us through our process. And that is also a very important element, because this will allow our classrooms and will allow us as teachers to kind of close that breach or that distance between seeing something that might be a little bit hard to obtain, and it would make this information, all of this set of elements that we're working as a team together with our students, this will encourage them to pursue either a career in science or allowing them to dream big. And if they didn't have it in their radar, then they can now see it as an option and something that they can obtain and work on. And also, it is a you get to know different teachers from different countries and different paths of life. So we had a group picture in one of the events where our Nigerian and Brazilian teachers presented their projects, and we were able to kind of mingle and get to know each other much better, and it's established ourselves as a big, huge family within Limitless Space Institute. And luckily, all of those elements or all of those activities and workshops had given me the opportunity to either show what, in my case, Mexican teachers are capable of, and shining a light on my country, on my community, and allowing my students to experience different things. Due to the fact that I've been working outside the box and trying to do as many things as possible in order for them to know that they, one, can do it, B, if they achieve it, they can be it, and three, probably they didn't have it on their radar or they didn't have it as an option, but they consider this as an option now. I also had the chance to go to different workshops and lectures outside my state. I was able to fulfill a long dream of mine of becoming a TEDx speaker. So having this path, choosing this path recently of working with different organizations has opened that perspective and those options for me. And I always come back to my classrooms and try to work and implement and create things with my students. For example, these are a couple of samples that I took from my school here in Mexicali. I'm located outside the city, different communities located on my school. I teach English, as you can see some of these pictures, but also I try to introduce STEM workshops within my school. We've been working with different things regarding materials or activities. For example, in this case, we decided to work on a space museum, but we had a twist of creating a sensory motivated or sensorial experience museum. We have people covering their eyes or covering their ears or adding gloves so they can experience different feelings and sensations. But our theme was welcome. So each and every student, they worked in teams and they all displayed different niches or within the museum, but each and every one of them had a different feature that you had to interact or work with, and people were really fond of this activity and they really liked it. And that's why whenever I have the chance to do this type of meetings, I mentioned that that's my spark. Working with different students working with different teachers, getting to know different countries and different ways of approaching something that we all do, which is something that I've gathered from all the different activities and all the different experiences happen, that we all do care and we're all very committed to our students and also to give back to our community of all the things that they're able to experience. So all of this is for them. It's for them to understand that they have many options as possible for them to go and explore, and also kind of reassess my position as an educator and the link or the connection that we share or that we have with our students, but also with every teacher and every student that we get to meet along the way. And this is the picture that started it all. This was my Space Camp class of 2018 picture. So for me, it was a really enriching experience, and that was the one that kind of gave me that spark or gave me that signal that what I was doing, that was a great path, or that's the way to go, and I just should go and pursue and prepare myself in order to invite more teachers and invite more kids into STEM and science, and allowing them to open their options and have probably something that they might consider impossible or not easy to reach, that they can be part of that world too. And that's been my mission ever since I decided to be a teacher in 2003, 2004 when I started, and that has been my spark ever since. And this is a quote that one of our friends from Limitless Space Institute mentioned once, and it stuck with me, and it is so true. Students cannot be what they don't see. Sometimes it's not that they don't want to do it or they don't want to experience it. It's just that they haven't had the chance to address it or assess it. And once you're able to give them that possibility or that chance, their possibilities and their dreams are limitless, and they have endless options to work on. But in order for them to aspire to something, they must be able to be in order to achieve it. So it was great having this space or this moment with you guys through this Zoom call. If you guys have any questions, good to go. And you guys can contact me either through Instagram, Facebook, or LinkedIn. And if there's anything else that I can help you with, or if you have any questions on different events or lessons that you would like to apply within your classroom or within your subject, I'm more than happy to help you guys out with that. And once again, thank you for this amazing space that you guys have given me and for the invitation itself. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alvaro. I appreciate you. So, 2 quick questions.
Sure.
I want to know, for the English teacher listening to you right now, what would you advise? What would you advise that English teacher to be able to implement these PACE signs in their classrooms? What can they do? What are the practical steps they can take? Some of them don't even have any background in science. What would you advise such persons?
Well, as an English teacher, the advantage that you have is that once you have certain materials, or if you have the information with you, you can implement it like however you want to do it, or you have the freedom to adapt it to either what you can check or see from your students. I think that the first thing that you should do is have an assessment of your students, as in check the level of the language that they are able to use. So once you get to know your students' level or their language skills per se, from there you can start building the activities. Usually as an English teacher, the way that I started introducing science or STEM activities within my class. I started with space history, and then I went a bit into certain space missions, and then I added a mix of art within my class because I teach art history. So we started on the space patterns and most importantly how everything works. So I think that you can start adding certain things regarding space history, or you can start working on research cases, or you can introduce certain terms or vocabulary or activities in at a certain level, so your students can feel comfortable, and also the teacher at some point can feel comfortable working with it. And once you start identifying how they react to each of the activities, you can start kind of upgrading each of the activities or up the level. But remember that the first thing that I personally think that you have to kind of understand is first, where do students and you as a teacher are set as in the skills regarding language skills or English skills per se. And once you identify that, you can start adding the activities within different practices. You can do writing exercises, you can do reading comprehension exercises, you can work on conversations, or you can play certain audios, and you guys can work together as a team and start introducing all those elements to the English skills that you guys have to teach. And once you start understanding how everything works, it's going to be way better, or it's going to be more accessible the way that you introduce either new techniques or new activities, so the students can feel comfortable and also they can feel safe in the way that they start working those skills within their English classes. Because if you give them something really hard at the beginning, they're going to be kind of on the fence, or they're not going to like it as much because it's not, you're throwing two things, space or science, that probably it's not everyone's stronger point or strength. Also, you have the language barrier, so you have two things that they're going to go against. So first, assess your kids, as in identify or understand the level that they have, so you can search for activities or look for activities that it's based on what they know or what they can handle. And once you understand how their work process works or goes through, and how you can handle the feedback, because that's something that I always do with my kids. I always ask for feedback whenever we have a really big project or a quote unquote difficult project. I always have a feedback, and if necessary or if possible, leave a couple of classes within your work schedule to have it just as feedback workshop classes. Like, okay, guys, we've been working on this project. What do you have? What questions do you want me to help you with or answer? And what elements from the project you think you need to work on or reassess, so we can all help each other. But before you start doing that, you really have to understand what skill sets or within what level your students can handle certain things, so you can start from there and you can progress eventually as you keep working with different space related things or STEM activities within your English classes.
Awesome. So you want to suggest beginner friendly activities that an English teacher can implement in their classrooms?
Sure. For example, I did the one regarding space patches. Each student, they had to create their own mission patch or their own space patch, and they had to do a quick research, and we checked the documentary regarding space patches. What's the story behind them and what does each element represents and why they decided to do that particular patch or why they decided to give them that particular design. I did that one recently with a couple of students. They did
Hello?
their research. They
Hello?
did their patch.
Are you in
And
class?
finished the activity. We
Ṣé kò
raised
gbé
it.
anything wá ni? Ó kàn gbé thank you sójú ẹ̀ ni.
One could see the patches that each of the students worked on. Some of them wanted to do it as a team patch, as a group patch. And that was one of the activities that tends to spark a lot of curiosity from them because you have to design, you have to use different elements, and you have to be able to understand or to explain why you decided to work with those symbols or colors in particular. The other one that I started working with, and it was quite funny because there were cookies involved. I did the like the space exploration, space station, where we use chocolate chip cookies and we use Q-tips and toothpicks, and we simulated that we were a research team going to the moon and going to Mars, and we were taking samples from the planet itself. Those samples were the chocolate chips, and we had to do different samples, and we introduced new vocabulary and we introduced a little bit of chemistry within that activity, as in what process do we have to follow in order to take samples, analyze them, and usually what was the proper setting to work with them in order to provide a results or a feedback. And you mix English, you mix a bit of chemistry, you can mix math within that activity, and also public speaking because and data analysis, because you have to take numbers, you have to take percentages, and once you have those numbers, you have to interpret those numbers and explain how those numbers were then researched works eventually either as a team or you're able to explain it to a group of people that they do not know what's behind it. So I started working on those different exercises, and also I'm working with the museum experience too. At the end of every school year, my 9th graders work on the museum because based on the previous activities that we did in 7th and 8th grade, that is like their final test. They have to create a station or a section of the museum where they implement different techniques where based on what they did in the previous 2 years, they would like to show or display for their final year.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Alvaro, for your time and my teachers listening to you, English teachers, and those who did history and all the subjects. If you could do this, I believe they can as well. So we appreciate you. Thanks for coming. If we have more questions, of course, I'm going to send them over to you. Right.
Thank you. No problem. And once again, thank you for allowing me to be part of this amazing event. And once again, thank you all you guys for your time and your feedback. Will be much appreciated. So thank you.
All right. Do have a great day.
You too. Have a great day and have an amazing event the rest of the week.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. We are back from that, from Alvaro's, yeah. Please, if you want to take calls or do anything, kindly mute. We are recording, we are live on YouTube. That's worldwide. We don't want to, hear your private conversations or actions, right? Thank you. The next person I will be bringing up will be Diego. Diego is a mathematician from Brazil. And after Diego's, we will go on a 10-minute break and come back for the afternoon session. Are we ready? Does anyone have questions? If you have questions, just put them in the comments on the WhatsApp group.
Hello, distinguished teachers.
Okay. And once I share my screen, I will not be admitting people into the Zoom class because the interference and the distractions it causes for those on the call is not pleasant. So if you have not been admitted in before I share my screen, I will not be able to do that until after I stop sharing my screen. And, you know, if we are not up to 100, right? But then you don't have to miss out on a thing. You don't have to miss out on anything. You just need to watch on the live stream. Yeah. Watch on the live stream and you will not miss a thing. So this helps you all, and you always have something that you can use in your classes, right? So I will start Diego's session right about now. Okay. Okay.
And I have here with me Diego, all the way from Brazil. Diego is a mathematics teacher, and today he's going to be sharing with us practical strategies that you, as a teacher of mathematics, can use to integrate space science into your lessons. So, Diego, you are welcome. Super happy to have you join us today. Welcome.
Hello, Bucky. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here and be able to share one of my favorite lessons that I used to do with my students. So I think it will be a thing that you can put in your repertoire of activities. So a funny morning.
All right, so you can share your screen now and make your presentation.
Okay. Go.
Yes.
Can you see my full screen? Hello?
Yes, I can see your full screen.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about this space education, and I want to bring some tips that I learned about our path together as global limitless teachers. And to my career, I think that tips will be applied to. So the first question is we discuss and wonder about saying that for our students, the Masters of the Space is very, I think that can bring a lot of attention of our students. So I am a public teacher, and I myself, I always study in the public system of Brazil, and I know in firsthand with a simple resource we can ignite the passion further. Here I have some photos and some old photos back in last year. I think this one is from this year, and with simple materials we can spark the curiosity of our students. And today we will talk a little bit about that. You know, as I learned, space exploration is more than just rockets. It's about curiosity, problem solving, and pushing the boundaries. When we stood how to get into the space. So when we see all the history of the space exploration, we see how this scientist is pushing the boundaries and improving our life here on Earth. So it's I think that we can begin in mind when we talk about the space exploration. In our context of our class, a key to all the activities, what about our lunch? This simple tools can unlock learning. When we talk about the satellites, we can talk about the gravity or motion or the ways that we can launch the satellites from the Earth to the space. We can talk about the way that internet or all the communication that we have today is so much better than the past because of these technologies. And we can demonstrate some of these principles in classroom. And when we demonstrate these principles, we can go deeper in the thought. I think be in nature is a thing that we can encourage our students to like observe the movement. Nubank, just
Yeah. Our students can check out for the different shapes of the moon. Sometimes it's just crescents. We don't really get to see the full moon all the time. But
yes,
very exciting when you see the full moon. And my children, my young children, they are always pointing at it that, oh, the moon is fully out tonight.
Yes, grasp the science is they observe the natural phenomenon. Ask to them just to see a moon and make some quotes. It's I think because in science we have sometimes some patterns, some things that, and it's a good example. And again, the wonders how to get there. And when we do this, we can make so many connections. From calculating the launch angles to tracking planetary movements. A math teacher is we begin to out planetary motions. We can bring some equations. We can bring some dimensions. When we look at the space and we see the scale of the size, it's huge, it's amazing. And one of the ideas put these scales in perspective. You know, draw a circle with the size of, I don't know, 1 centimeters from the earth, and then try to fit all people. This is not the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hold on a minute. Diego, hold on
Sorry?
a minute.
Wait,
Hold on a minute.
okay. You are breaking up. Okay, and well, I will continue. You know, as I say, the sky is not the limit, it's just the beginning. And we are in the space exploration for a purpose to improve the life on Earth. When we are shooting for the stars, when we realize the technology that we need to fulfill in order to be in a very good tip is, as we inspire our partners in work and share our activities, space games with colleagues, and try to create a network of cosmic educators. I am in Brazil, and I working together with Olubanke, that is in Nigeria, and it's a very good thing that we have this kind of connection and network in which we can share with each other these lessons, or contests, or some local school, and this part together, working together for this teacher. There's a plenty of materials available in the internet. One is from NASA, and it's a collection of activities, and there's a lot of this kind of activities, and we can start digging in this research. Some of them is very simple to implement in our classroom. So there's a thing that we are inspiring, and we are of students, and special thing like the experience provide some tools for our students, inspiring and aim very, very high into their dreams. And we need to begin somehow, and sometimes small steps can help us to bring the space exploration into our rooms. So I represent a kind of this activity. Olubanke, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so let's prepare now. Now, I want to share a lesson that I find for students is a lesson that we can build a rocket just with a paper and some simple materials. And this picture here is the final product that we will be doing today. This rocket can be launched with a plastic bottle, just a simple plastic bottle, and a pipe. And it's a very good start for a simple activity. I used to do this kind of activity with my students aging between 10 to 60 years. So my students love doing this kind of activity. What we will need? I put some photos, what kind of materials that keepers to ship little piece of aluminum to bring some. I think it's very common by the width of the roll paper that come in foil. A plastic bottle of pipe should be enough. I have here 40 centimeters parts for our rockets, and this is a very good start for talking about what is a rocket or how this rocket is made. We can basically take three parts of the rocket. We have some nose. This part is responsible for traveling to the wind, and this format is important to be very aerodynamic, and we can talk about a little bit resistance of the air. We need some things. This is responsible for the stabilizing our like to the battery. I have product that made this rocket, and we can ask them to bring your imagination and creativity for this drawing into the body of the rocket. This is a photo for one of my activities, one of my class working to building the rocket. Hello.
Yes, I'm with you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
Go on.
Oh, I will. Thank you. I one of the sheet of the paper basically we fold in half 3 times, and we see this kind of pattern that we fold 1 time and 2 times and fold again. This does not need any ruler. Just folding the paper, we can achieve this kind of pattern. And then we take 3 of these parts and times. I tried here for seeing this video here, and each one to folding will be dimensions, the final dimensions. I just folded here, and I have about 5 point the width, and the height is about 4 centimeters, and the extension about 4 centimeters. We need to put here. It's a far from 1 centimeter from the edge. So I don't know if you can see in my camera. Should be something like this.
Okay.
Should be something like this. Tiny little bit of green.
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, that's nice. I here have some photos also. I will be provide the PDF from this presentation. I think using the material. You see arts and the waste remaining teacher. I can relate it to fractions. We have here 8 of these equal parts, and we have 5, 8. So you can bring some fact to this lesson. Crumple down into I have here. This ball is about 3.5 centimeters. This just a little ball of paper, and with this we gonna to take our aluminum foil, and we going to fold in half. I again bring a ruler to be able to show the scale. So we are folding half 1 time and 2 times. So we should end with about this size of paper. Here we have 10 centimeter, and here about 7.5 centimeter. And this, I don't know if you can.
All right. Welcome back. So the concluding part of that exercise will be, oh, thank you. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I'd like to see in the comments that you can hear me. Awesome. Okay, so that's Diego's. There's another one. There's another, the concluding part of that video, but we will not be able to take that now because you all need to go on a break, and we will be back at 1 p.m. for the afternoon session. All right. So I'll see you at 1. Thank you. And if you still want to stay behind, I would be here going over the, what do we have now? We have the profile of these people, okay? Let me share their profile and let's see today's speakers. Let's see their profiles again while the others are on break. So this is a time we can also take questions so far. I can take some questions, and if you are comfortable posting in the questions. Yes, the link to the evaluation will be sent to you it will be posted to the WhatsApp group as soon as it is up. So don't worry. We just want to give you time to go through all the sessions so that where it affects you, you will be able to sink it all in, and that will help you when you do your evaluation. We don't just want you just filling the form and submitting. We want to know what impact has it made on you, how you going to implement the things you are learning, because our students is not left behind, right? So let me be in the chats reading your question. Okay. Yes, my internet was a bit unstable, but it will come up. It will come up. It will come up. Sometimes the connection fluctuates and
Meet Kayode Adewale, a Fulbright Sea Fellow.
okay. Let me share my screen. Take a break, drink some water. Hello, Mumi. Emumi. For my Igbo brethren, Jega Miri. Go and drink Miri. You know Miri. And then for our Hausa brethren, well, Zuna. Okay. So
Meet Kayode Adewale, a Fulbright Sea Fellow. Limitless Global Educator, Space Science Educator, MIE Fellow, NCE, USA Global Pet Educator, and Translator. Kayode Adewale is a committed educator who is dedicated to transforming education in Nigeria by using 21st century skills in teaching practice. Kayode, I could using that I would Olusegun Ayélujára, minister in the Jedi language. He will be presenting at the State Science in Education Summit, powered by Oluwabanke Adeosun. Meet Kayode Adewale, a Fulbright C Fellow, Limitless Global Educator, Space Science Educator, MIE Fellow, NCE, USA Global Pet Educator, and Translator. Kayode Adewale is a committed educator who is dedicated to transforming education in Nigeria by using 21st century skills in his teaching practice. Kayode embarked on presenting at the State Science in Education Summit, powered by Oluwabanke Adeosun. Joshua James, a passionate chemistry educator and Limitless Space Institute educator, with a dedicated career spanning over 9 years in the education sector. Joshua James, a passionate chemistry educator and Limitless Space Institute educator, with a dedicated career spanning over 9 years in the education sector. Joshua's career has led numerous STEM outreach initiatives and workshops aimed at underprivileged students and educators. He believes firmly in the transformative power of hands-on real world particularly passionate about confidence. It was Dr. Adetola Sato, Senior Special Assistant on Education to the Governor of Lagos State, Nigeria, 2020 to 2020.
Okay, we are back. We're back, we're back, we're back, we're back. Also, hey Megan, can you see me? What's wrong with my video? Please mute, unmute.
I can't see you.
Oh.
I can hear you.
Yeah, let me see what's up with my video. Yes, I should come up some. That's me. I got you. I got you. You're welcome. How are you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm super excited to be here and share my love of aerospace with a bunch of new people.
Yeah. Are you've unmuted, right? Welcome, welcome. Distinguished teachers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I present to you Megan Tucker, a STEM specialist. Megan Tucker is a STEM specialist. Oh. One moment. Okay. One moment. So distinguished teachers of Lagos State, the Center of Excellence, here in Lagos State, Nigeria. Can you hear me? Please, let's make welcome Megan Tucker. A round of applause for her. You can just give her a clap, yes, with your hand, yeah? Everyone, you can unmute and clap, 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 clap. So welcome, Megan.
Thank you.
This is your session, and we are ready to go. We're ready to go.
Okay. Let me get my screen shared.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. Are we good to go? Can you see the Limitless logo?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. Okay. Well, good morning. I've been asked to talk about how we get space science into STEAM subjects. And as you can tell by my earrings, I really love aerospace and airplanes. So I'm going to give you some things that I've done at my school in the United States. I teach in Virginia, and I'm hoping some of the things I've done can inspire you to do things in your classroom in Nigeria and beyond. So let's get started.
Yes, let's get started.
One of the things that I really love when I'm teaching is to bring the real world to my students. We call our students our scholars. So this picture, I just knew a guy that had a helicopter and asked if he wanted to land at our school. You have to be ready to ask those questions and be ready to hopefully get some positive answers. So I'm going to show you a quick video of me in my classroom so you can kind of get an idea of STEM and how STEM looks like at my school. And really, we're a STEAM school. We have that A for art. STEM is a buzzword. That means skills, soft skills, your communication skills, how you collaborate, how you access your creativity, your communication skills, your critical thinking. It's all those things that you wish you had a class on when you were younger, but STEM does it using high interest science where the kids are having so much fun, they don't even realize that they're sharpening up the skills that they need to be a good human and a good citizen and to communicate in their daily lives. STEM definitely pulls together all those things that we're trying to teach kids, not just academically, but socially as well. Really an emphasis on aerospace education, how important it is to excite our next generation. So really, teaching STEAM has been my life. They called it STEM in that video, but we all know that the big A, art, is super important. I've done a lot of things in the United States to get people really excited about how we bring those hard sciences to the level of our littlest students. I know a lot of you, most of you probably are middle and high school teachers, but the techniques that I use and the way that I get the children excited should absolutely extend to your classrooms as well. I show you this list of things for my quote street cred. I have learned that it is very important to put yourself out there and have yourself validated in the things that you're doing, validated by other organizations, because as you apply for things, as you find organizations that have opportunities for you, you grow your network. And the bigger your network is, the easier it is for you to get people to help you when you're trying to teach at your school. As we all know, when we're up front and we're talking the whole time, the kids zone out, right? They like look around and they're like, we need some new faces. This is a great way to get those new organizations in to help in your classroom. I want to show you very quickly what my school is like, and then we're going to go into what you guys can do in your classrooms in Nigeria.
Hillsborough Charter Academy is an award-winning public charter school in Hillsborough, established in 2016. Hillsborough Charter Academy uses a unique program that combines STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, and math with E3, Explore, Engage, Engineer. The result is a hands-on education where scholars are exposed to concepts such as aerospace, 3D printing, ham radio, rocketry, and more. Scholars learn by working together on authentic, hands-on engineering and creative arts-based projects that promote critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. The result is one of the top education programs in the state. Hillsborough Charter Academy and its staff have been recognized by the Virginia Board of Education, National Aviation Hall of Fame, and the International Technology and Engineering Educators Association.
So hopefully that gives you a little insight into where I am every day. But it didn't start that way. It started out as a regular school and I had to find my team of people. One of the biggest things that I would like to let you guys know is that it takes others to make things happen. You need to find somebody in your school that is just as excited about learning about space as you are, because the more people that you can get involved, the greater it's going to go and the better it's going to go in your classrooms. as I mentioned, it's all about getting those kids to ask those questions, ask the why, figuring out why they should care and what they can do to help understand the answers. How is that helicopter flying? Why does that balloon inflate? How does that rocket get off the earth and get into space? All of these things are really important. And our job as teachers is to plant that seed and have those kids ask those questions and want to find out those answers. Oops, sorry. We also have a special day. That's another piece of advice for you, to have one day out of your school year where it's a celebration day for whatever. If you want to focus on space, we call it Flight Fun Day Fest. We do airplanes and space at our school. If you look at the picture in the bottom left-hand corner, those are all the people that I asked to come and help. As I mentioned, there are so many people in your community, if you just start asking questions, that would love to help teach your kids at your school. And when the kids see that the community cares, they care more too when they're learning. When I start things with teachers, I like to think about where you are in your journey with STEM or STEAM education. These pictures are a great way to do that. I had a colleague that shared this with me, and I just love it. If you look at the different pictures of the airplanes, I want you to take a minute and I want you to think about you and STEAM and how you feel and what your comfort level is. There's a lot of different aircraft in this picture, right? There's the one on the ground where we're kind of packing up and getting ready to do more in STEAM. There is the up in the upper left-hand corner, that's a Civil Air Patrol plane. They're searching and they're helping rescue. So maybe you're searching for some help. You've already taken off. You just need to figure out how to get where you're going in your classroom. Another one, there's the NASA plane with the shuttle on top on the right-hand side. Those are for those of us that are kind of bringing people along with us on our STEAM journey. And then there's those of us that have done it for over 20 years that want to give back. And we look at those planes in formation that are to the left-hand side. So this is a great graphic to show to your students, to show to other teachers, and just pause for a minute and try to figure out where you are on your STEAM journey. Ms. Oluwabanke, where do you think you are on your STEAM journey in these pictures?
I think I'm on that.
I put you on
this one. The one below the gray RS, the one with RS bold on it. There's one with NASA. Yeah, that plane with NASA written on it, on the tail.
Yes.
Can you see it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. But I want you to touch it. Up, the second at the upper right.
I absolutely see it. And I agree with that. You're taking people with you on your journey for STEAM. And that's so important. I love that. Thank you. Thank you for jumping on in. So my main message to you is to find your why. And when you understand why you want to teach kids about space, you're going to be a better teacher. So space exploration, as you've learned from this summit, it has really helped us in our entire universe, not just going to space, right? All the technology we find in space, we then transfer to things here on Earth. You need to have your students figure out why space matters, right? It's not just the everyday, it's not just the rockets and the, how we get to space. It's everything. It's the GPS navigation in our phones. It's the weather forecasting. It's how we're preparing for storms. It's everything all around us. The video that's playing right now in the background is a great video, and I know Oluwabanke is going to give you these slides, but I want you to just look at that video that's playing, and there's about to be an image that shows all the satellites that are currently orbiting our Earth. And that is really something for kids to think about. They think that space is something that is this topic they don't know about. Look at all those satellites. It's almost like a ring around our Earth, and they're all up there in space, helping us to communicate, helping us to know weather, helping us to have the internet, to have this space summit, right? And for kids to understand that space is relevant and space is real is very important. According to a study, 78% of educators, that's a really high number. Now, this was a study done in the USA, but 78% of educators believe that we should have space education in our curriculum. So why should you do it? Well, it's very important. STEM jobs are projected to grow up 8% by 2029. 800,000 new jobs. And we're the people that are creating these students to go on and have these space jobs. So in Nigeria, what's going on with you guys? Well, your space agency, if you don't know, has been launching satellites actively to benefit the entire African continent, not just Nigeria. These satellites are helping in communication, in monitoring your environment, and with your national security. The satellite data that we're getting back from the Nigerian satellites is helping agriculture in Africa. The farmers are using this data to make decisions about planting and irrigation. I know you guys are science teachers in here and you teach about the environment. You teach about the ecosystem. The satellites are helping to monitor that so we can leverage and plant and grow better crops. Environmental monitoring. Through those satellites, we can monitor the environment and the changes, and we can manage our natural resources more effectively. In Nigeria, there's a lot of coastal erosion and desertification, and that can pose a lot of challenges. Learning about how the satellites are monitoring it is a great way for your kids to start asking questions and see how space can help. Space exploration, I think, has a lot of awesome opportunities coming up. You're about to send someone into space from your country of Nigeria, the small satellites, to looking at what's happening on the International Space Station. There's so many ways you can show what's happening in your country to get your kids excited and get them to start asking those questions. So how can we help you? I think your biggest tool is to get your kids to ask why. And start by asking yourself, why? Why do we care about space? When you answer that for you, and you can share that with your students, you're going to have their attention. They're going to want to figure out the answers. They're going to want to learn, and you're going to bring things in that are so exciting that it gets them motivated to pay better attention. How can you do that? How can we help you? Well, in the United States, we have all these different agencies, and you're going to get these slides. And when you click on the pictures, you can sign up still for their email list. You can sign up for their different lesson plans. They're free. They're on the internet. There are so many resources that are there where you can take the lesson on how to model a satellite. You can take the lesson on how to build a straw rocket, right? And then you can take that into your classroom. So finding support through organizations is really, really important. You cannot teach space science by yourself. It is all about collaboration. That's what STEAM is, right? It's working with other people. And it's so important for you to find those other people that are going to support you. Here's some more awesome opportunities. If you are an English teacher, right, and you want to have your students learn maybe a little bit more about English, the Space Station Explorers, the story time from space, that is astronauts on the space station reading books to kids. And the books are not all elementary books. There's all different types, all different levels where you can just go to that link, the story time from space, and it will give you those resources. You just play a video. Your students will be like, oh, why are they floating? Why is this happening? Look at that in the background. There will be natural questions that come up from that, as well as there be understanding and learning the English language while they're reading from that book. So all of these links, demonstrations, that link is a great way for you to see experiments that were done in microgravity. So all of those questions that you might have if you're a physics teacher or a math teacher, you can go on, there are lesson plans attached to them. You click demonstrations, and there's a whole bank of videos, of topics, things that you can use to help your kids understand why it's important to know Newton's laws and why it's important to understand the physics of how things work. And you can do it through the lens of the astronauts in microgravity in space. NASA, as you all know, has a bunch of resources to show you. NASA is our space agency in the United States. They have great videos where you can see our Artemis missions and what NASA is working on currently. It is not the Nigerian Space Agency, but in our school, we also look at JAXA, which is the Japanese Space Agency. Canada has a great program. So it is a global initiative to learn more about space science. And the more you can show the kids the real happening, not just you talking about it, the more they're going to learn and the more they're going to want to do better. One of my favorite lessons, I was asked to share a lesson, is called Heavy Lifting. And it involves super easy things. It involves a balloon, a straw, paper clips, and fishing line or something that you can hook from the floor to the ceiling. So we do this lesson every Thanksgiving. And at Thanksgiving in the United States, we have this tradition where we eat turkey. So we talk about getting a turkey to the astronauts on the space station. And they do that by creating this rocket out of balloons and straws. And they do it every year. And my scholars, they love it because they get to change it. They get to make it better. I'm hoping the video is going to play. It is through Facebook. Let me see. Because I just want you to see it and see their faces. And then they're doing measurement, they're doing mass, they're doing all the things that you want them to do, but they don't know how much fun it can be. Let me see if I can get it. I don't know what the yellow lines are, but so that's just a quick way to show you in action. Do you know what the yellow lines are on the screen?
No.
Okay.
I was thinking we're annotating from your end. Were you
Alright.
annotating from your end?
Yeah, but I don't see a pen or anything. I'll keep going because I know I only have 5 minutes. So I want to make sure I finish. So just ignore the yellow line. I don't know why I've been there. So
all right.
When we're doing a lesson like this, it's really important to have a way to kind of make sure that the kids got what they wanted out of it. And this is also a resource. It is a rubric, a way to grade what they're doing, and a way for you to assess, okay, did they do what I wanted them to do in the activity? I'm going to go back a slide very quickly. Right here, when you get these slides, this is a link to that lesson. It's a really easy lesson, and it's applicable to what is happening with the Nigerian Space Agency as well, launching the first Nigerian into space, using that concept of how you provide that propulsion to get that rocket up into space. So I definitely think this is an easy way to start your kids asking questions, and then you can tie it to all the different disciplines that you teach. Another thing, I do a lot of our engineering design briefs. It helps keep the kids focused as I'm bringing STEAM, space science into STEAM. The client, the designer, this is an infomercial design brief, which you could easily use with the vehicles that are going to space and thinking about how your students can present those vehicles. If you're an English teacher, looking at their skills for public speaking. If you're a math teacher, you could incorporate, measuring and some distances in there with what they're doing with those rockets. So there's a lot of ways to take STEAM and make it relevant to whatever it is, relevant to whatever it is that you're doing. As Oluwabanke and everyone that's been presenting has talked about, Limitless Space Institute is another great resource. There's a ton of lesson plans on there that you can jump on and see that will support you in your classroom. And I'm here too. I might be across the Atlantic Ocean, but I am happy to help any of you. I'm happy to give you resources. I am happy to meet your class, whatever you need. I just want more people to get excited about STEAM and aerospace. So I really want to thank you for inviting me here today. I don't know if there's any questions or if there's anything you want to add. Thank you.
Wonderful. Awesome. Thank you, Megan. Do we have any questions? We can take some few questions from the chat. I'm checking my chat now for questions. If you have any questions, we can take 2 questions. All right. So thank you, Megan. We are super grateful for your time, for sharing with us. I would just ask this question for those who are just starting out. What should be their first step? How do they navigate this uncommon terrain? Because that was how I felt initially too. I was like,
Yeah.
where do I start?
It's a lot, right? Yeah, I would start with a video, and I would show your kids a video that has to do with space travel. Find a video, show it, and let them guide you. See what they're excited about, see what they're questioning, and then explore it together. You have to not be afraid to learn with them. And I think that's the hardest part in STEAM and aerospace. You don't always know the answers. And as teachers, we want to. It's okay to not know. That feeling of not knowing, the kids have it too. And when we experience it with them, we get so much more out of it. My second piece of advice is try that experiment with the straw rocket and just see what happens. Use the balloon, use the straw, you know, and have them start asking questions and let them guide you, because they're going to be way more excited about learning if they feel they have that ownership. And that is my advice to you. Just don't be afraid. Jump right in and you will go to infinity and beyond with everything that you're doing.
Thank you. Another question, one of my teachers, my colleagues, asked yesterday. He said, in this climb, we have limited access to technology, and we have some limitations we have to grapple with. This question is from Ojo Oluwadamilare. And he asked, what can be done? How do we, you know, what would you advise, considering the limitations with some schools cannot access power supply, steady power supply. Some don't have computers. We have students from poor background, socioeconomic background, that their parents won't have, you know, they are not economically buoyant to afford to even get a small phone, not even a smartphone. So there are more students like that. A few of them have smartphones, a few of them, but most of them don't. What can we do in light of these limitations with respect to technology and access to computers?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
I mean, one of my things, I teach little kids, so we don't use a lot of technology when we're learning in the STEAM lab. You know, we focus more on how I can use everyday materials to teach them things, like I was talking about with the lesson with the straw and a balloon, things that are cheap, things that you can use to demonstrate, to get them to ask questions. I don't know how your businesses are in Nigeria, but one of the things that has helped me is asking companies that might be close to our school to see if they can help by coming in, help by, maybe you need some spaghetti to do an experiment, donating that spaghetti, you know, ask your community to get involved. But as a teacher, you do have to be creative. And I know a lot of the things that you saw in the video of my school, I had to figure out how to get that funding. I had to write to people and say, hey, I'm doing this. Would you be willing to participate and help me to do this at my school? So you have to be not afraid to ask for help, but also just know that you don't need all the fancy bells and whistles to get kids excited about learning about space. You can do it with the materials that you have at your school. You yourself, though, have to have that mindset to not be limited by what you have physically and to use your imagination to kind of grow your program. Because, you know, we all start at nothing until we collect, and collecting people, as I mentioned, collecting people that want to help you is going to help you get the stuff in your classroom to do what it is you want to do.
Thank you. Fantastic. I appreciate that response. You know, I always say it too, we don't really have all the facilities and all, but we can make do with what we have. Use what you have to get what you want. And I always emphasize on using everyday materials, everyday material. And you will be amazed at the things these students will create. You know, we had a program on environmental recycling. They were to come up with something for using, they were to come up with something using plastics. You can imagine the fantastic ideas that these students had. My team of students, they created the logo of the Lagos State government, and another team, one team created a sea turtle and told a story around pollution and how microplastics, how they endanger these species and even we as humans. So you are very right on that. And my teachers have heard you. I want you all to turn on your camera so that we can all take a group picture. We'd like to take a group picture with Megan. Can you all turn on your camera for those of you who are in a good place too? Let's take a picture with Megan. So Megan, you're going to take a picture with you from your end, and you will send it to me and I'll put it on our group.
How do
so
I
we
take,
are going to,
hold on one second. How do I take a picture? Do you know?
okay, you know what? I will just use my smartphone here because I don't
You're
want anything to spoil the setting.
No.
And then I have to. So are we ready, everyone? I'm not seeing much people on the gallery. Let me place us. Okay.
This is awesome. Thank you so much. This has been a great morning.
Yeah, these are distinguished noble colleagues. I'm so happy you're all took time to come in here. How many can you see over there?
A lot.
A lot.
25.
Okay. Okay. Let's take the picture now. I'm coming. Oh. Oh. One moment. Am I still on?
No, your picture left. I did get some pictures with my cell phone though that I can send you.
Okay. I wanted to take with my teachers. Oh no, what's happening here? I think the uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Not good.
Can you see me?
No.
Uh-oh.
We just see a bee.
Just a moment, but you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. And I see a lot of your colleagues. They're smiling faces.
Why am I not?
Hi, Coyote.
Okay, my video just came off. So
Lagos only give incident as scavenger.
I'd like to put on my video.
APC candidates volunteer to the election.
1 minute, my video should come on.
Labour Party to that place.
Okay, if you can see us and you can't see me, right?
No.
Oh. Okay, can you?
Yes.
All right. Take phones. Just take it your phone over there. Can we all say cheese? Everybody, 3, 2, 1. Have you gotten us? Megan, have you gotten us?
Yep, I got it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and you all have a wonderful rest of your Space Summit. Thanks for inviting me.
All right. So up next we have Mr. Adewale Kayode. Adewale Kayode. So we can all mute now, please. Distinguished colleagues on the call. We can all mute now. Yes. Mr. Adewale Kayode, are you in? Right, welcome. I am honored, and it is a rare privilege to have Mr. Adewale Kayode, a renowned mathematician and 2024 Limitless Global Educator, Fulbright T Fellow. He will be sharing with us on the use of technology for space education. Even with that smartphone, you can do something. All right, Mr. Adewale, you have the floor. Mr. Adewale, can you hear me? You are sharing your screen now. We can see you. Mr. Adewale, can you hear me? Mr. Adewale, can you hear me? Okay, but we can't hear you. No. We can't hear you, Mr. Adewale. But we saw your screen earlier. You were sharing your screen with us earlier.
Hello.
Oh, sure. Awesome.
So can you hear me? Okay, that's better now. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. that are joining us across Lagos State, especially the educators in the education district. I think District 5, if I'm right.
6.
Is that 5 or 6?
6. District 6.
Doctor.
District 6. Can you hear me?
Yes. All right, District 3. Thank you very much. What? Yes, I can hear you. Yes. So you can hear me now clearly?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you very much. So once again, my name is Kayode Adewale, and I'm a Limitless Global Educator 2024. Of course, as she has rightly introduced me, I'm a mathematics teacher here in Ogun State, a public school teacher like you, because I'm very sure all of you are all public school teacher. And that is why I'm trying to emphasize that we are also public school teacher like you. We are not taken from anywhere, be it from academic environment. We joined the teaching profession just like the way you joined the teaching profession. And by God's grace, we are on this stage that we are now. By God's grace, I'm currently the 3rd best teacher in Nigeria, according to Federal Ministry of Education. An award that I received while I was in United States of America for Fulbright Teaching Excellence and Achievement Program. So it's a great joy, being on the same cohort as a Limitless Global Educator with Dr. Oluwabanke. She's an awesome teacher, friendly, and when we got the invitation for this program, it's a thing of joy to join her because we can see a lot of things she has been doing as a teacher. So when I asked her what topic is she giving me, I don't know how she got to know how connected I am to technology, and she said, "Oh, I'll be speaking on something related to how we can use our technology to teach space education." Of course, you may be wondering, how come a mathematics teacher talking about technology? When I joined the teaching profession in 2006 as a primary school teacher, before I changed my career into secondary school in 2009, I so much fall into the categories of teacher that always have the privilege to go for capacity training, especially in the area of technology. And I bought my first laptop with the money from the capacity training then. And that was how the whole thing changed. And I began using technology. But the story changed in 2018 when Co-Creation Hub, an hub owned by the current Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, that's Dr. Bosudi Jame. So when we were introduced to ReLearn program then, so we have been doing a lot of things that has to do with technology. And of course, when we started doing those things, I was like, oh, I wish I could take some of these ideas we are getting from all this training into the class. But just like Megan have rightly said, let me use this opportunity to appreciate her for what she has been saying since. We give it to all the US educators. So I was like, I've been feeling, how can I make this kind of things happen in my class? So I've been looking forward getting assistance from people. But fortunately for me, in 2020, I emerged as best senior secondary school teachers in Ogun State. And I was rewarded handsomely with 2.5 million naira. And I said, yes, it is high time for me to do that thing that is in my mind. And that was when I took out of the money to renovate the laboratory in my school into what we refer to as a STEM laboratory. And that was how the stories of using technology began with me. So the same way I took it, I was so opportune to be under this kind of a training that you are now. And that was where I got my inspiration, and I started doing everything that are related to technology. And by God's grace today, I'm a Microsoft Innovative Educator Fellow, which is the best certificate you can get under Microsoft Education Community. So talking about space, of course, is a new area to us, and we'll be looking at it. How do we teach some of these concepts? How do we navigate, something that is not really, you yourself, you have never been into space before. You have never seen rocket before. You have never seen some of these things like this before. And you want to teach students. It's to become a great challenge for you. And thank God for technology. And another thing I want us to know at this juncture is that immediately we finish this training, this 3 days training organized by Dr. Oluwabanke, I want you to take charge of space exploration. Don't just say don't just think it is just a training. No, it is more than a training, because I could remember in 2019 when I was exposed under this kind of a thing, I turned this thing into an opportunity for me, and I started sharing the concept with other colleagues. So sometimes when I come online to share the concept, and I'll be saying, "Good day, dear participant joining me all over the world," and I knew people joining me then, the colleagues joining me are not more than 3. So I will be laughing that, oh, who are more people joining? I was saying, but by God's grace, last year when I was in US for Fulbright Teaching Excellence and Achievement Program, I wrote a proposal to my university, and I was able to talk to educators from over 68 countries. So you can see, you can start small and dream big. So don't think this is a small opportunity for you. It may be small, but start planning big on how you can share this with your colleagues, just like Dr. Oluwabanke is doing now. So what is space exploration? How can we use technology to teach some of these concepts? I'm not going to, so doctor, please, can you share the first link with them? And let's see their background knowledge on this. You have 2 minutes to attend to the link. Doctor,
So
can you please? Yes, put
I'm
the first
2 links, right?
No, the first link. Push the first link into the chat box and let us attempt those questions there.
I'm putting it on the WhatsApp platform.
On the chat?
No, I'm putting it on the
Okay,
WhatsApp.
you have a WhatsApp platform.
Because I cannot join with my phone.
Okay, no problem. I think I should be able to do that from my end. So let all of us check.
Chat. You can put it on
Yes,
the chat.
that's what I'm going to do now.
Yeah,
So that's what I'm going to do now. So one of the tools I think you can use to get your student familiar to space exploration class is one of these things I'm going to share with us now. So I want all of us to click it. I know some of us might have get familiar with this kind of things before. If you can get it, can you? So let's open it and let's attempt some of the questions. So doctor, please, you can also test it from your end. Let's see if it is working. And I'm very sure it's working. So I have
yeah, it is working.
I think that yes, doctor have eaten part of my time. Yes. So why you keep on attending to? Yes. Hello, ma.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So dear colleagues, why you are trying to attempt some of the questions that are.
No,
we cannot see any
hello.
question. We cannot see any question.
It's a link. Just click the link. The question will pop up. Just click a link. The question will pop up.
Sorry, it's not.
It's requesting a code. It's requesting a code.
You can do what?
We cannot see it under the chat.
It's on the chat. It's on the chat. Someone can help us to copy
that is what
it
I'm
here.
checking. It's not there.
It's there. It's there. It's requesting a code. It's recording a join code.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to share the join code with us now. The join code is check the chat. You see the join code. So because of my time, the join code I've just shared the join code with us now. 69349176. 69349176. It's on the chat. So because of my time,
we can see that one. We cannot see your chat. We can see the code.
Did you just come in? Did you just come in?
If you are just coming in, you may likely not see it. No. If you are not just coming in,
call the number
okay,
again.
I will do that right now. The number is on the chat. 39349176.
On my own end, the network is not good. It's coming and on. So can somebody repost it for me?
I've done that right now. I've resend it now.
39349176.
Yes.
Did you get that? 39349176.
Banke,
It's
it's
saying
in the
invalid,
chat. It's in the chat.
invalid game code. Invalid game
All
code.
right, thank you, Dr. Oluwabanke. I have everything in the chat so they can explore here. So I'll keep on. Let me stop sharing again. Can you still see my screen?
Yes. No, we can see your face now.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen so that you can get everything from your end. So while they are working on that, I want you to attempt some of those questions based on what we have been doing since yesterday. And these are part of things you can use in bringing technology into your classroom, using a platform like this. So can we see that? So let's quickly attempt the question while you are looking on my screen for the next line of action. So I'm going to share another one in case if you're having challenge with the first one. Dr. Oluwabanke, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Doctor, can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
So please, what can you see?
Challenge friends, quizzes.
Yes, what can you see? What can you see? Can you read out what you see?
Journey to speak.
Okay, what about now?
You are not playing
so what
the okay. You are just
okay. What? So yes. So can you see? Can you see this now?
This icebreaker is designed to create an engaging and interactive environment. Right?
What can you see now?
I can see
yes,
icebreaker.
That kind of a things that I've shared with you now. Yes. What kind of a thing that I share with you, which is a quizzes? Yes, it's okay. Yes, you are. Yes, you are on the same page with me. So those questions, those quizzes, they are more or less as an icebreaker that will prepare the mind of the student on what and what they should be expecting about space education. And that is why I said this icebreaker is designed to create an engaging of the beginnings of your training with the student. You have tone that can arouse the interest of the student on space education. So it's going to demonstrate how technology can be used to make learning about space fun and informative, so that space education is beyond what you do in your normal science classes, because it's not something they have been before. They are not aeronautic engineers. They have to show them a kind of image and come up with a question that can form as a form of an icebreaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to bring us in using technology to teach space science. Doctor, can you see my screen now?
No, I can see your face.
Yes, the response from the back end here, so that I will know the numbers of people that are attending the questions now, and I can read their name out for you. Yes, I can see. Yes, I can see a lot of them attending the question. Let me show you how my back end is now. Let me quickly show you that. So when you use this kind of a thing with your student, it will prepare the mind of the student. It is going to prepare the mind of the student on what is expected of them. So can you see? I can see Oluwole Abolade. I can see Babalola Ahmed. I can see Adelano. I can see BC Saga. I can see Ajibade. I can see Dele. I can see Femi. I can see Janet. I can see Oyeleye. And of course, trust me, once you are done, I will send the result to Dr. Oluwabanke to see those that are really getting what you have been doing since yesterday. Because some of those questions that I put in here, they are questions that are related to what you have been doing since yesterday. But I'm just trying to show you that this is how we can use technology to teach space education. Using this kind of a thing, coming with this kind of a thing, we assist in teaching the space education. So what exactly is using technology? When we are talking about, please, doctor, please, once you see my screen, let me know what you are seeing there so that I will not just be moving. So what do we tend to achieve at the end of my presentation? What do we tend to achieve? My special focus is to equip educators with the technological skills that you need to teach space science effectively. Those tools that can you see my screen?
Yes.
Now, doctor.
Yes, I can.
Dr. Oluwabanke, can you see my screen?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello, doctor.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. So
Hear me?
you can see what can you see? You can see my objective. Can you see that? Yes, I can hear you. What can you see now?
Equip educators with the technological skills needed to teach space science effectively. Integrate space science concepts into the existing science curriculum in Nigerian schools. Inspire students to explore careers in space science and related fields, and promote the use of digital tools and resources to enhance learning outcomes in space science education.
So that is all right, thank you very much. So that is our objective. And when we are talking about using technology, like I said, using technology in teaching space science is something that is that has come to stay, because space science education to us, it may look like a new field, but to others that are in the Western world, it is not new to them. It is what they are used to and they normally see. And that is why I said, as a science educator in Nigeria, the future of space exploration lies in our hand, or it lies in the hands of all space education. So don't leave it into the hand of the 10 of us that are presently being selected by Limitless Space Institute. It is in all our hand, and we just have to work together and make sure that we raise the next generation of students that will travel beyond our solar system. So what are the technology can we use to speak to teach space exploration? The first technology I will talk about is the one introduced to us by the Limitless Space Institute, and is the one designed by Leon Kennedy. Leon Kennedy invented International Space Above, and this machine or this device is to excite our students and the public about what space station is all about. You know, everything that you want to do about space science has to do with space station, and it has to do with space exploration. So ISS Above is a powerful tool that bring International Space Station directly into our classroom. And of course, by God's grace, as I'm talking to you now, for 10 of us that have been selected by Limitless Space, you can contact any one of us to enjoy the build anytime, any day. As you can see, this is me here. on the picture tracking international space tracking international space station that was invented by Leon Kennedy. And the Leon Kennedy, you can go online, go on LinkedIn and chat them up the technology. And what is this technology is doing is that they share this directly with your students in the class. And this device can also provide, allowing your student to see where it is passing. Like I asked some of my students that sometimes when you look up in the night, what do you normally see? That thing that normally make put mark on the sky. Not in all cases they are all jet. Some of them are sometimes it is international, our international space that is passing orbit movement, and that is when you are seeing that kind of a thing on it. So you can use it to track ISS live direct spacecraft directly, or looking at with the international ISS above. And like I said, you can contact Dr. Oluwabanke, you can contact Olayinka, you can contact me as well if you want to view how international space how ISS above work and you want to see how it works. You can see that is my friend that just make a presentation now, Diego in Brazil. Myself and Diego, we are using our device ISS above to track international space station and see where it is. And to God be the glory on that day where we are tracking it. We are tracking international space station at Canada, and why I'm here in Nigeria and Diego is in Brazil. So that kind of international collaboration can also exist between you using the powers of technology. So another technological tools I will talk about is Google Earth. I know most of you have this thing on our phone, but like some of the comedians do say, apology to those of you that did not understand Yoruba. Once a week, info ló máa ń jẹ́ kéèyàn fò. Tó bá ní info lọ́wọ́ ló máa lè mọ ibi tó máa lọ. When you have an information, you can get to anywhere in the world. For 10 of us that were selected is as a result of the information at our hand. So that the same phone you have with you, you can use it to what? You can go on Google Earth there and be displaying the beauty of our planet Earth with your student. And that is another technology, and that's what we call PhET simulation. And by God's grace, the gentle boy standing before you here, I'm among 70 educators across the globe that translate PhET simulation designed by University of Colorado into different Nigerian languages. So there is no point that my children did not understand English. It's a matter of, it has all Nigerian language that you can navigate around and use them as the way you want to use it. So we also have another tools that we call digital astronomy tools, or the one that most of us know as telescope. The telescope can also give you the privilege to teach your student different kind of a thing that has to do with space science. You can use it as you can stargazing, read time data. In fact, you can even collect this data and use it to analyze, teach them if you're a mathematics teacher in form of statistics. Instead of you just going into Facebook and writing data on the board, you can track and start picking up data there and use the data science is in vogue. How this can help our. Can you still see my screen? Oh, Dr. Oluwabanke.
Yes, it's not moving though. Hello, can you hear me? Your screen is just on. Hello?
Oh, on the first one.
Your
Okay,
screen
no
was
problem.
just
No problem. Okay.
You have
No
to round
problem. So
up
let
now.
me yes, I have to do that now. So let me quickly move on. So I've just talked about some of those technologies you can use. And in using some of this technology, like I said, you are making the student to get familiar with what space science education is all about. Then the most interesting part of it is what we call the NASA website. You can use the NASA website to do a lot of activities to track spacecraft, how they are moving into space and whatever things, and use it to teach them some terminologies. Of course, I will make this PowerPoint, my presentation, available to Dr. Oluwabanke. And when you are doing this, you just have to keep on sharing your story online for others to see. And I think that is what really assists most of us and we are so fortunate to be 10 of us were selected to attend the Limitless Global Educator Program in Houston, Texas. As you can see, that's where I got my certificate along with other my colleagues from Lagos State. So, dear colleagues and dear educators in Lagos State, one thing I want us to know is that together we have the power to inspire the next generation of explorers and innovators, and by integrating space science in our curriculum and the potential of technology, we are not just teaching science, so we are opening doors to universe, source of education in Nigeria, and impact beyond our solar system. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is how we can use technology to teach space science in our classroom as a science educator. Thank you all. So, if you have any question, you can go ahead and ask.
Thank you.
So, question.
Any questions? If you have, we can take 2 live now. So if we don't get any, we can take a group picture.
Okay.
Let's take a group picture. And
please, can you quickly do that?
Put on your.
Okay, can you quickly do that, because I have another.
From your end, sir.
Yes, I will, and I will send it to you.
Yeah.
I took that of Morgan. I will send it to you as soon as I'm ready.
So, distinguished educators, this is where you show your faces and you smile.
So, Dr. Oluwabanke,
you ready? Are we ready? Professor Kyle, they don't leave. Have you taken the picture already?
Some of them are not. Let them put on their camera. Let them put on their camera.
Distinguished noble colleagues, please put on your camera and let's take this picture together. So you are at the forefront of this revolution. It's time up for Nigeria.
I can only see, yes, like I said, if not because of time, when we met an astronaut in US, we have to give them our national flag, which is our national symbol. That okay, if you have never got an astronaut to go into space, you can help us to take this flag, yes. But we are looking towards it by God's grace. I think if all of us can be on the same page, we'll be raising the next generation of the students that will be traveling beyond our solar system. Once again, thank you all, and God bless you all.
Have you taken the picture?
Yes, I've taken it. I will send them to you.
Thank you. Awesome.
So if they have any question, they can put it. I will attend to the questions at the back end, and I can forward a voice note so that you can share it with them on their WhatsApp group. So thank you all. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir.
Looking forward to see many. Yes, looking forward to see many of you selected for the next cohort by God's grace.
Yay! We're going to be putting all to work so that we can have more teachers, and more students who are properly enlightened, and then for our economic prosperity, and it's better for us as a country. Thank you so much, Mr. Kayode. God bless you for sharing your time with us. We appreciate you. Up next, we have Mr. Joshua James. Mr. Joshua James is also a limitless global educator and is in the building already. Mr. James, are you up? Share your screen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished global educators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in Lagos State, the Center of Excellence. Behold, Mr. Joshua James, all the way from Abuja, the powerhouse. Ha! Thank you for joining us.
All right. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, please.
All right.
Can you hear him? Please
Yes,
put
we
it in
can.
the chat to let me know you can hear him.
Yes, we can.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. It's an honor to always speak to educators. And I want to say to our educators that we are actually impacting life, okay? We are contributing our quota to the development of the African child. And when we now say for even going beyond Africa, because we are limitless. So I really want to appreciate you for this wonderful opportunity. So I will just quickly share my screen and then let's go into what we have for today. Okay, I think I am going to share my screen. So can you all see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. So my name is Joshua James, and I'm a chemistry teacher. I teach chemistry here at Green Path Preparatory School here in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. And I am passionate about educating children, taking them from one point of learning to a more productive point of learning. And so today, I'll be talking about integrating space science into chemistry education. We're going to be looking at a practical guide to things that chemistry educators can do. What is the connection between space exploration and education in the class? Okay, so we're going to be bringing that into the class. And like I said earlier, my name is Joshua James, and I'm a limitless space educator here in Abuja. Okay, so can you all hear me? I want to be sure that everyone can hear me because I'm not seeing myself.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so
yes, we can.
Okay, so the question is, why are we integrating space science into chemistry? First of all, we need to understand space. Okay, space is the seemingly large expanse. Is like from the name space. It's just an empty place. Okay, just an empty place that is beyond imagination. Like you can be traveling for millions of years at light speed and not see anything in space. Just black, dark. You won't see anything. And if you see any light, it's because that light, the sun, the closest sun to you is within our galaxy. And we have trillions of galaxies. So you can imagine the distances between one galaxy and another galaxy is enormous. So even light will not have sufficient energy, all right, to transcend galaxies. So that is what space is all about, okay? So it is very, very important to let people know what space is important or is all about. And we're looking at integrating space science into chemistry. Now, why are we integrating space science into chemistry? Because it is interdisciplinary, meaning that because space exploration is not just something that is just on one, it's not one subject that is involved in space exploration. It is interdisciplinary. That's why this is where chemistry comes into it. That's why chemistry is part of this space exploration that we are talking about. And we're going to see where chemistry comes in. Where is the role? Where does chemistry come in at the end of the day? And then secondly, it is because of the growing importance of space exploration Right now, space exploration is beginning to receive recognition, unlike previous years in the 80s, in the 90s, where people just think it's just an American, Russian, Chinese thing. Right now, it's a big deal. There is a lot going on in the space industry. And for science educators, chemistry teachers, I want to let us know that we are not left out in this. In space exploration, chemistry is very, very important. Chemistry is very, very important. And that is why we also need to pay close attention to space exploration. And then number 3 is because of the engaging lessons. All right, you will just be so shocked that you can connect chemistry to space exploration. For those of us that are science educators, for those of us that are chemistry teachers, you will know that whenever you're talking about chemistry, you're just talking, it's just a science of matter. You're looking at the study of what matter and how matter behaves. And that is exactly what our entire universe is all about, matter, okay? Everything you can see, anything that has mass and occupies space, all right, is matter. And so whenever we're as chemistry teachers or as science teachers, we are talking about everything about space. So we matter, all right? And this can really, really give us engaging lessons in our classrooms. Now, I want to look, the first thing that we need to look at, how do we incorporate chemistry into space exploration? It's in terms of rocket propulsion. Rocket propulsion. Now, if there is nothing to propel spacecraft into space, then the entire journey of space exploration will be in futility. So whenever we go about saying hydrogen combines with oxygen to give us water, all right? The question is, yes, this reaction happens releasing a large amount of energy, okay? It is that energy that propels rockets into space. And I just want us to probably watch this, how this is being done. Then I'll come back and let us know. So it's not just writing chemical equation on the board. What is the practical application? In this case, that is what propels rockets into space. So look at this, just look at this diagram. Look at this. This is a rocket that is about to be propelled into space. And what is the chemistry behind this? Hydrogen, oxygen, giving us water, and then that energy is what propels it into space. So if you're with your students in the classroom, you can, while you're teaching balancing of chemical equation, while you're teaching on the reactions between hydrogen and oxygen, you can relate it to space exploration. That, see, guys, you see this rocket propulsion, all these rockets that is being sent to space. It is actually chemical reactions that is happening there. Hydrogen combining with oxygen, all right, really giving us water, releasing a large amount of energy. That energy is what pushes the rockets into space. So this is one of the ways where chemistry comes in. So the whole journey of chemistry, the whole journey of space exploration is that it requires chemistry for us to propel this spacecraft into space. Any other thing that is being done into space, if this does not work, we will still remain on our planet here doing nothing. All right, and then just be wondering, okay, what is there in the night sky? How does space looks like? But with the help of chemistry, we have been able to achieve that. Then number 2 is the chemistry of life in space. Now, you cannot just go to space when you don't even understand the environment. You need to understand the environment. You need to understand the chemical composition of whatever is in space, and then see if it will be suitable, or you see if humans can actually explore that place. You can't just venture into space like that without first of all doing the chemistry work of it. That's why I termed it chemistry of life in space. It is when you have done the chemistry of life in space, meaning that, okay, in this part of space, yes, I think we can survive in this part of space if we do so, and so. All right, first of all, you know that we need oxygen. Oxygen is an element in the periodic table. okay? And that is what we'll need, all right, for us to live, for our lives to be sustained in space. The question is, how do we generate this oxygen? That is where electrolysis comes in, all right? The electrolysis of water, all right, producing hydrogen and oxygen. This oxygen is, so by the time they did the research and discovered that, going by the chemical composition, looking at for the chemical composition of matter in space, we discovered that oxygen is a crucial requirement. And as it is right now, we don't have oxygen. The question is, how do we produce oxygen? Electrolysis of water, which is a chemical decomposition, all right, of hydrogen, of water into what? Hydrogen and what? Oxygen. And that oxygen is what astronauts use in space. Now, currently, because we need to first of all simulate an environment that is harsh and see if life can still exist there. Remember, whenever we're talking about life in space, we're not only talking about human lives, we're talking about life in general. Now, we have microorganisms that can survive extreme conditions. We call them extremophiles. They can survive extreme conditions, very, very extreme conditions. So apart from human life in space, what other thing that has life can exist in space? We don't know. So we're going to first of all try out organisms that can actually survive extreme conditions. Then we compare them to the chemical composition that we can find in space and see if those things can actually survive there. Remember, all of these things we're talking about is it's all about research. By the time we discover that, this microorganism, even though space is a very, very harsh environment, this microorganism can actually survive there. If that microorganism can survive there, then we can push on from there. But first of all, we need to know the chemical composition of what space is all about and see if outside of human beings, what other things that has life can actually succeed in that in environment like that. So whenever you're talking, maybe you're teaching your children about chemical composition, all right? Whenever you're teaching your students about percentage composition of ammonium chloride, what is the percentage of nitrogen? These are the things that we can talk about. Okay, in space, this is the percentage of oxygen that we can find, if at all, in so and so place in Mars, in Jupiter. You're telling them about the composition of sulfur. Okay, in Mars, this is the composition of oxygen that we can find on Mars. Now you are relating chemistry into space exploration, because one thing about chemistry is that people see chemistry as this difficult, this tough, difficult subject. Why? Because we've not been able to relate them to real life application. And space exploration is providing us a huge opportunity or a huge platform for us to integrate chemistry into our classrooms. Then we have what we call space mission and stoichiometry. We have what we call, I hope people can hear me.
Yes, we can. I can hear you.
Yes. All right. Now we have space mission and stoichiometry. Now, I understand some of my students, like, stoichiometry, from where they are coming from, stoichiometry, and some others that I've taught, I say, calm down. It's just simple calculations, all right? It's simple calculations. So yeah, let us relate it this way. First of all, whenever they're asking you, calculate the number of moles in mole per DMQ, in gram per DMQ, hey, calm down first, right? Now, whenever they're asking you for number of moles, if it has to do with mass, just know that if it has to do with a solid, right? Just know that number of moles is just simply mass all over the molar mass. At least you know this one right now. I say, yes, we know this one right now. Okay, good. Now, if we're now relating to, let's say, liquids, all right? What is number of moles? Number of moles is just simply the concentration times the volume. Sure, you have known that one too. Then when it comes to gas, what is number of moles? Number of moles is equal to the volume all over the molar volume. I tell them that once you know this, you are 50, 60, 70% there. No matter how they tweak the question, you're fine. Now, how do we bring this? Now, I said, for example, we're going to calculate the amount of oxygen that is required for a space mission based on the number of astronauts and mission duration. Now, as science educators, as a chemistry teacher, I can say, okay, do you know what, guys? We need to calculate the amount of oxygen that an astronaut will need for 3 days in space. So because if your oxygen finish, you're your own. Because there is no substitute. There is no way. There is no place the oxygen can just come from there. So if you're going to do 1 week, you're going to do 5 weeks, right? We need to sit down and calculate the amount of oxygen that is going to be used by astronauts. I'm telling you, you will be shocked that your children will use stoichiometry, right? They will use stoichiometry to actually calculate the amount of oxygen that each astronaut will require whenever it comes to space exploration. This is another way to integrate it. It was because of our time. Else, I would have shown us maybe a simple way. All right. The first thing I already told us. Okay, what is the volume of oxygen that is required by an astronaut? I think the average astronaut, all right, or they say humans consume about 0.8. I'm not sure of that amount of that's grams of oxygen per day. All right, so you can use to now that is where comparison comes in. If one astronaut 0.48 grams is giving me for 1 day, how many grams will be required for 3 days? Is that okay? You're already connecting stoichiometry into space exploration. That is exactly what they do in space, okay? So that, astronauts do not always work inside the International Space Station. Sometimes they go out to fix problems, all right? Maybe a particular place they just notice that there's a small problem, they want to fix the problems. Now they need oxygen outside of that system. You need to calculate the amount of oxygen that they will need within 2 hours, within 3 hours. That will be sufficient for them while working outside of the International Space. Because if anything goes wrong there, you're doomed. Is that okay? So this is how we can bring space mission into our classroom. In this case, stoichiometry, a subject or a topic that students don't really like, because it's just all about calculation, calculate this one, calculate that. But by the time you bring this, you tell them, hey guys, let us calculate how many grams of oxygen that will be required by an astronaut, all right, for a 5-day mission. And then you'll be able to, you see what your children, it will bring that lively, that's, oh, okay, at least one makes sense right now. You'll be shocked. And they will just understand this topic in a jiffy. Now, another thing is that we need chemistry beyond our planet, all right? Remember, the reason why we are living comfortably on our planet here is because of our atmosphere, all right? It's because of the composition of our atmosphere. We already know. So as you're teaching them about our atmosphere, you just tell them, okay, it is about 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and then the other one are just trace amount of gases. You need to let them know the importance, because this is where you now relate it to other planets, all right, within our solar system. That, hey, for the fact that our atmosphere is like this, it's not always like that in other planets. It is not always like, in fact, it is not like that in other planets. And that is why we have life, okay, in this our planet. So you let them know that, hey, beyond this place, and how did we get to know that? Because it is chemistry. I need to understand now we understand the composition of chemistry on our planet here. We understand the composition. Okay, we have nitrogen, we have oxygen. It's the oxygen that we are using. We can convert that nitrogen to nitrates that plants can use. So that environment. How did we know about Jupiter? How do we know about Saturn? How did we know about Mercury? How did we know about Venus? It's chemistry. Okay, what is the composition? What is in this place? Let us find out. And then they discovered that for Venus, the atmosphere is majorly made of carbon dioxide. And then you can just tell your student that, okay, in Venus, we see we have carbon dioxide like the atmosphere, and that is why Venus is hotter than Mercury. You can even go by asking your students, wait, students, why is Venus, the surface of Venus, hotter than that of Mercury, even though Mercury is the closest to the sun? Maybe when you're teaching your children chemical composition, your students, your learners, you're teaching them about chemical composition, you are combining you're combining two or more elements to form compounds. What is now the composition? Why? The reason for that is because the atmosphere, the Venus atmosphere is made of carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, and so it traps the heat from the sun. Instead of radiating it, it's trapping the heat, and that is why Venus is hotter than Mercury, even though Mercury is closer to this to the sun than Venus. You can start doing comparison of the chemical composition of these different planets, and it continues with other planets. All right. Now your children can now start beginning to say, okay, we understand. So how do we now convert this carbon dioxide? Now what do we need to do? Now you are building curiosity in them. You are making the subject very, very interesting for your learners. All right. Now they are beginning to relate this thing now to spaces where, okay, this chemistry thing self, curiosity will begin to set in. Some of them might even go home and say, wait, this carbon dioxide, so what do we do about it? Because that's a major problem in Venus. All right. So what do we do about it? Okay, how do we now start living in other planets? Okay, for Mars, all right, we have the oxygen content is very, very low. All right. So the question is, how do we now generate? So your children will now start asking, chemistry will now start becoming interesting to them. Do you get? These are the things that we should bring into our classrooms to make our classrooms even more lively. All right, and you will be shocked at what these children will bring. I'm telling you. See, one of the things, if you can relate something to real world application and tell your students, give them like a project, come up with something, I'm telling you, you will be amazed at what they will bring, because they are geniuses. We only need to bring that thing out of them. That is our role as educators, to bring out that innate possibilities in them, that thing that is inside of them, show them the way, then allow them to do their thing. They will come back with something extraordinary. All right. So this is about the chemistry beyond. Then, as I begin to think of rounding up, we have chemistry in space technology, which I believe some other persons, but then in space technology, chemistry is there because the materials that they are using in doing the spacecraft, into everything that is, if you don't put chemistry consideration into those places, they will just build rockets that will get into space and then probably explode or something. We need to consider material science in chemistry. You need to consider the amount of heat. Remember, entry and re-entry. You can easily leave our planets. Coming back is not as easy as just entering back to our planet. Like, you will face there's extreme heat. You're passing into through our, through our atmosphere. That's why you see most of these asteroids get burnt in our atmosphere before they even get down to us. So if you are planning exit, you need to also plan entry, because as you're coming back to our planet, right, you're passing through our atmosphere. Extreme heat, all right, is being, you will feel that extreme heat. Now, if the substance that you are inside cannot withstand this heat, then you're not going to survive that process of re-entry. All right. So it is now these are things this is where material science comes in. What is that thing that is light? Okay, that can withstand heat, a lot of heat. Okay, and then what is that thing? That is where material science comes in. Okay, we need to do this. Heat shield is very, very important at this point in time. What material do we use? Do we use aluminum? Do we use do we alloy these things? Okay, what alloys? Which other metal are we going to add with it? All right, that is going to give it that toughness, yet it is still light. All right, so that at the end of the day, the spacecraft does not divide, or the spacecraft does not experience technical problems, all right, while undergoing those space missions. Very, very important, all right. And then polymers are also very, very important. Polymers, you might not use the regular metal. You might just want to use polymers. And polymers is the combination of two or more monomers, all right. These are things that chemistry, this is where chemistry is playing its role. So whenever you're teaching metals and its compound, or you are teaching organic chemistry, you can relate it. Okay, this aspect, we can also use it to build spacecrafts. And this is what we use. This is the reason why we're not using iron, because you are going against gravity, all right? And you want to reduce a lot of that of weight, Okay. Now, space science, we need to, how do we integrate this space science into our classroom? We need to bring it to your classroom. Bring it to your classroom. These are some of my learners that I was just having, we did an experiment on the mining of asteroids, just a simulation, mining of asteroids in space. I'm telling you, what these children came up with, their level of reasoning, I was amazed. I only gave them, you can see me just telling them what I expect from them. I already did the setup. I just set up some different things to signify different asteroid, going through the asteroid belt. All right. So I would just for us to know which particular one to mine. And then I just told them, I said, the resources we have on our planet here, because I'm already connecting chemistry to space exploration. So I brought this mining of asteroids in space. All right. And then I told them that the resources we have in space on our planet here they are limited, and people are already using it, so that we don't get to a point where we have used a lot of it. Do you know that these asteroids have a lot of resources? A lot. In fact, the asteroid belt alone is $1 trillion investment waiting to be explored. The resources that is in those asteroids there is trillions of dollars waiting to be explored. And right now, developed nations like the USA, China, all right, Russia, they are just looking at it. This is a simulation of me just bringing it into the classroom now, telling them, do you know, we can actually go to that asteroid belt, all right? And these are the materials that we have gold, we have iron, we have a lot of materials that can actually be. So I just told them, okay, I'll do this, and let us see how we can simulate it. And look at the way they were thinking, the way they were saying things. I was amazed. Like, if I was saying, no, don't this, we're not going to mine this one, we're going to mine this. Why? Because this one has more value, commercial value. That I'm like, oh, really? These children are already getting it. Okay, these children are already getting it. So bring space right into your chemistry class. Bring it. So a lot is happening right now. The world is moving, and we cannot afford to be left behind. Africa, we should not be left behind. We should not be. We just see the average African child just feels that an astronaut is just a white man with a lab coat, or who lives a boring life. But that's not true. These people are living a fantastic life there. They are exploring the curiosity. The day I discovered that you can move at millions of years as light speed and not see anything, I was like, wow, this is space. It's crazy. All right. But then work is going on right now. Right now, we're talking about space tourism. Space tourism. Elon Musk. All right. People are going so imagine if you have taught your children how to develop. All right, you have to look at the material science of it and say, okay, do you know this space rocket? Children, can we come up to see if I can come up with something that can give us a very, very solid spacecraft that is light? All right, let us see how we can design it ourselves. Let us come up with, even if you're not designing it, just come up with the material that will be needed. Sure, people want to go on tourism, but do you know what? You're going to give me 10%, 20%, 30%, 50% of whatever we are. That's how people make money. And people, because they are curious, human beings are curious and they have the money and they want to go on space tourism. Imagine you are the one that brought the material that is taking people to space. That's money. So Africa should not be left behind. These are things that you can bring to you. By the time you tell your children this now, the child might just do as if he did not hear what you said. He can go home now and start thinking, start doing research. Okay, what do I need to do? He will start bringing all those your chemistry that looks boring to him. He will start applying those principles to real life. The next thing you come and tell you that, sir, I think I discover something. That's how it works. That's how people discover things. Okay, that's how people discover things. So we just go the direct way. We just teach them the root way. What is this? The lower order thinking skills. No. We should be thinking of the higher order thinking skills right now. And space exploration is giving us an opportunity for us to. You can literally be teaching chemistry and be talking about space exploration. In fact, I remember one of my classes, I was teaching my chemistry teacher, like, sir, I'm in SS2 right now, and all my life I've been wanting to be a civil engineer. Are you sure I'm not just going to space exploration thing? I was like, oh, really? Right? Because she's already seeing possibilities. She's already seeing things like, I want to be a civil engineer, but then This space, I discovered that this is an emerging market. So I said, just go think over it. Whatever it is, just think over it. And right, you build curiosity in these students. All right. Now look at them. All right, hands-on space chemistry experience. Look at them doing it themselves. If you notice, look at one of these ladies now writing something that she just observed. She's writing something while the other person is telling that, oh, I can see psych over there. No, this is the side I want to mine. This is the side I want to go. The other one say, no, I think this will be better. So this is like the project manager telling them, no, this is what you are going to do. The other person is the person down, like this, the mission coordinator, putting down major. I only show them what to do. This is them. Look at them doing it themselves. Then look at the people that actually, this other girl now is the one that's actually carrying out the mission. Why the other people are like behind on our planet now, watching what is actually happening. This is me bringing my bringing space programs into my classroom, and they all enjoyed it. Now this is a solar cell. That this is a model of the solar cell. All right, the solar cell is just about a material that absorbs, all right, heat from our sun, all right, and then helps to propel the spacecraft. This is my students actually doing that. They did this model. Now I can explain to them how the chemistry behind those photons, they're attracting the energy from the sun. That is chemistry. And then the children are now beginning to come. They are now beginning to see, okay, this is the connection. This is the connection. Some of us, we have solar panels. We cannot, as chemistry educators, you should be able to explain to your student, okay, solar panels, this is what they do. They absorb the photons from the energy. They conserve that energy, which we now use. This is how we bring these things to what the children can actually see. So look at them here doing their own thing, and they are happy and they are excited. Sometimes exactly when is our next class, I'm like, okay, I know now the Nigerian curriculum already is loaded. So I'll say, don't worry, we're going to look for how we're going to be having this as an extracurricular activities. So this is we as educators, and it is very, very important. So in conclusion, I want to let us know that as chemistry educators, we have a lot to do. Just going beyond just teaching these children. Space science has come to stay. And one of the things I want us to know is that we are relevant. Chemistry educators, science educators, we are relevant, all right? Chemistry concepts become more engaging when linked to real-world application. And then you can literally explain chemical reaction from what? From, what do I call it? From space exploration or space rockets being launched, all right, and it promotes interdisciplinary learning. So I hope you have learned something today. I really want to appreciate you, and I'll let you know that as educators, we are all doing a great work. We should not relent. We should know that we are building the next thing, the next generation of geniuses, all right, and we owe them a lot. It's my desire that we achieve all of that, and then Nigeria will be on the global map when it comes to space exploration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Joshua, it was like you should not stop talking. Thank you. This is amazing. This is my passion.
Thank you very much.
I don't believe in all those crap that can't be. Students are smart, they are intelligent, and they can do great things. We need to expose. We only need to ignite part in them, and they will be truly. It's this. I love this part. We need to take a picture with you. So everyone, please turn on your camera and let's take a group photograph. So I want you, my dear distinguished noble colleagues, to go back to class and infuse this fire. You will never know. The next medical doctor who will be attending to you will be one of these students. Will he just come and quote definitions to you, or will he be able to practically save your life? Right. So we're going to take a picture now. Joshua, you're going to help me from your end because I can't.
Okay. How do I go about this? Because I'm only seeing you. and myself. That's
and Mr. Kayode has gone. Mr. Yinka, is there any way you can help us?
Let me check to see.
I want to see us.
Hello.
All
Can you
of
hear me?
us.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
That's Mr. Yinka. We want to see the of all the participants turn on their camera so that we can take a good photograph. How is it from your end, Mr. Yinka? Can you see the grid of the participants? Yes. Okay. So you can please help us take a picture. And when you're ready with every one of us.
Okay, I'm coming out. Let me change my view.
All right. So you count 3, 2, 1 so that we know you are ready, and then we all pose for the camera.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Smile. All right, I got that.
All right, thank you.
All right,
and that's how we come to the last but not the least speaker. Mr. Yinka, you are welcome. Mr. Olayinka Adeosun is a limitless global educator himself, doing amazing things. You know, when I see these people, I'm just awed myself. Mr. Yinka, we are so happy to have you join us today. Oh, someone's raising a hand. You have a question? Can we take, you have a question, Obagunla? Let me see. You have a question for Mr. James? Okay, let's just take your question and then Mr. Yinka will be up. You can unmute Miss Obagunla. Let me see. Okay. Oh, all right. Okay, so we move on. We have Mr. Olayinka Adeosun, a limitless space global educator 2024. He is a basic science and technology teacher, and his profile will be up on the YouTube channel, and then we should just dive right in. Thank you, Mr. Olayinka, for joining us.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Have the floor now.
Okay, can I share my screen?
Of course.
All right, because we have, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can see.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay. All right, my name is, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, esteemed educators. My name is Olayinka Adeosun. I'm happy to guide you through the realm of space education, where we are going to be talking about how to engage students with space science. So as a limitless space ambassador, I've witnessed how science and technology can ignite the curiosity and foster love for learning in our students. About me, I'm going to be going hypersonic because of we had a long day. About me, I have a strong foundation in computer science and educational technology, which has influenced my teaching method and which has propelled me to the love of STEM. I've also I'm a Teach for Nigerian fellow, where I was posted to Ilupeju Junior Grammar School in Ilupeju, Lagos State, District 6. During my summer time, I have an initiative which I called Plot the Graph, where I teach students on digital skills and graphic design. So joining Limitless Space is just for the passion I have for STEM and just for the love of space, and now to inspire my students to look beyond the earth and think about the infinite possibility the universe holds. Space offers a unique lens through which we can teach a wide range of subjects. But today I'm going to be focusing on science and technology. What are the importance of space science? We have all heard in one time about the Big Bang theory, black hole, dark matters, and dark energy. All these things are still like a mystery to us, which we have not yet find out. Just like the black hole, and there is a saying that anything that goes into the black hole cannot come back. It is a gravity space whereby anything that goes into it, including light, cannot escape it. It will suck it in. And we also have the Big Bang theory, which help us understand the universe and how it started. And all this dark matter and dark energy is just how incredible the universe is. Moving on about the importance, so our students can actually understand all this theory, all this understanding Big Bang theory, black hole, dark matter, and dark energy, because it's still a mystery. So when you put it to your students, they will be curious and they'll be asking different questions. So you can, as a teacher, as a science teacher and technology teacher, you can do research on it, on how you can do some research on all these theories, and maybe one day our students can find solutions to the mysteries. So moving on, there are a lot of global issues that we are facing right now. So understanding the effect of climate change, understanding how satellite technology works is crucial to disaster management, which space science can also enlighten us on. So these are the importance of space science. And lastly, I would say it is a powerful tool that can help us to spark interest in STEM careers for our students. When students learn about innovations that comes from space explorations, they are curious, because even looking out at night, looking at the sky and seeing the galaxies, the stars, you would think that how big all these things, how do they form? So STEM innovations can help us teaching our students how to use all these tools can spark interest in going for a STEM career, and they can also propel the advancement of telecommunication, medical devices, and materials used in space. So what are the benefits of space science education? Now I'm focusing on space science education. So one of the benefits of space science education is that when integrated into the curriculum, it provides real-world application. Apart from the theoretical concepts we are teaching our students, like Mr. James just said. So whether you are teaching chemistry, physics, or mathematics, or even history, space science offer context where students can relate to and understand. And this is one of the benefits that I really love about space science education, which is the collaboration part. It helps our students to collaborate effectively. And while collaborating, it promotes a lot of things like teamwork, critical thinking, and students are learning from their mistakes, and their conflict resolution is also happening when they are collaborating. And lastly, what I'm going to say under this benefit of space education is that it helps us to connect classroom lesson to global challenges like climate change, resources management, and it can keep us engaged and motivated to learn. Right now, we're talking about hands-on that we can engage our students in as a first timer, like we are novice to space education and we want to inspire our students with space education. So I love hands-on learning because that's where collaboration also comes in. So you can engage by doing this design challenge, model rockets. You can build a model rocket. There's this site. I will send these slides to you so that you can get the website from on how to build these model rockets. All the materials that you need are just pencil, scissors, tape, soda straw, and the template. There is a template for this rocket on NASA website, on NASA education website. Don't let me say NASA website, NASA education website, where you can download the templates and cut it out. So students are going to put it in and they are going to blow their rockets. So when they blow it, you can do it as a competition in the classroom, especially for junior school students. So, and maybe give gifts while doing it. So this is one of the things that can inspire our students to learn about how rockets thrust up. Another one is learning about our solar system. You can use a gummy ball. This design that you're looking at here is, I have the YouTube link inside this slide, which I'm going to share already. I already said it. So if you look at this design, there is a rotor there, whereby this thing is moving around the sun, and you can see other planets too arranged accordingly, and it can be viewed with by students. So it's just to enlighten them on our solar system and how they rotate. All right, I love this one on this left-hand side, whereby students build rockets with build model rockets with PET bottle, and they design it. So on the other end, you can tell Plumber to help you design this. I have the YouTube video too under this. So the students, the teacher can help them launch it, but the student will design the rocket. So they can write different names, and they can also do research and look at the histories of rockets that have been launched before into space and design it. So when they launch this, when the teacher helps them to step on that, the PET bottle, it pumps air into the rocket and it thrusts up. So when it falls, you can use measuring tape to measure the distance of how far the rocket lands. So it is a good design challenge for students, and it is a fun way instead of them playing this cover in the class as a public school teacher. This is another simple experiment that can be carried out. I saw this design on YouTube, I think, where they use infrared lights. So it just shows, it inspires students to learn about how day and night works. So just using infrared lights, paper, and some simple material. I attached the YouTube link to this video where you can watch, and it shows how the rotation of the Earth, which causes day and night. So this experiment is sea level rise thermal expansion. So it is a simple experiment, so whereby you can carry it out with your students, and it explains a lot of things. It makes your student curious. The design is, let me just explain, and I will just tell you what happens there. So sea rise level in understanding thermal expansion of water. So a PET bottle, a cover, and a straw. So water is put inside the PET bottle with a coloring. So to know the level of the water. So the water will be filled above the straw a little bit. Then you use marker to mark it. You expose the bottle to heat and watch it. You can use artificial heat, or you put it in the sun so that you watch it for like, you time it like 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, check, you will notice that the water has as rows to a particular, then students will start asking questions. What happened to the water level? So then you are going to tell them that it happens due to temperature increases. So this is just curiosity. And they might ask that what caused it? So what caused it initially is that water increases in volume when heated, and the added energy that came in form of it caused the water molecule to move around more. So that's what exactly happened. There's a link on how to, there's a lot of detail. The hands-on design is on NASA educational website also, and I really love it. Okay, you can also engage your students by watching multimedias and simulations. You can also use that. All right, there is a documentary which you can engage your students with, which is called Cosmos, a Space-Time Odyssey. And there's another documentary, The Planet. If you don't like documentaries, you can watch movies, you can watch animation. There is this animation, Wall-E, which I've watched with my students. It talks about how to prevent our planet and how human causes pollution on Earth. So it's something that can inspire our students. There's also this movie I've watched with my students. They were just asking a lot of questions from me. What happened to the man? What is this thing? The title of the movie is The Martians. The Martians. So, and The Martians is based on an astronaut that went to the red planet, which is Mars. So he was left alone in the red planet. And while my student was watching this astronaut got to the extent that he was feeling too cold due to the harsh weather in Mars. So, but the guy, because he's a scientist, as a scientist, he made use of radioisotope thermoelectrical generator to generate it for himself. And my students wrote that down. And the radioisotope that the astronauts used is called plutonium. So, and this is just to arouse the interest of our students in space science. So I have this screenshot that you're seeing on this other side where we have NASA with Pocket Lab is from my iPad, which I use with my students. So I have all these apps to do a lot of things. So some of these apps, I will just mention some of them, like that NASA Wiz, it provides NASA news and images and update about any space mission. Earth Now visualize real-time data of Earth climate and environmental changes. You can download it even if you are not, you should monitor your environment as we are in this world. ISS Explorer, it helps us track the International Space Station. I think Mr. Ka already mentioned ISS above. So you can also use this app if you are not using ISS above. ISS Explorer helps us to track the International Space Station where our astronauts live. That's their second home. Mars Watch, it's just give imagery on Mars mission and other latest discovery. Star Walk, I love that app. Star Walk and Stellarium, they are using for stargazing. So you can use it to identify the sky. It has these features that when you move it in, it's moves in direction where you are, and it shows the star, the planet, the constellation that you are currently, you can move it around anyway. It helps us to understand the name of stars, planets, and other small dwarf planets that we have. So Eye on the Solar System is a 3D interactive application for exploring our solar system if you want to learn more. And it can also be used to track spacecraft. There is Kaba Space Program. It is a application where you can use it to launch. You can build a space simulation game where you launch rockets and explore space. So you can download all these applications and you use it with your students. It's very interactive. Another way to engage your students is by inviting NASA astronauts into your classroom. Some people don't know that you can invite astronauts. They think they are too hard to, just like celebrities, but you can invite them into your classroom. Just go to this website, astronautappearance.nasa.gov. You just make sure that it's 6 months before your program, and they are going to come into your class or any event, either virtual. If you're in US, I think that's the only in-person they can attend. All right, we also have our Limitless Global educators. You have our pictures here, and you can contact either me or all the speakers that have been in this program so far. So we can come to your class and inspire your students and also engage them in some experiments you want us to carry out. Collaborative project that you can do. We have a lot. We have a lot of them. All right, I include a link inside this PowerPoint where Limitless, if you go to limitlessspace.org, we have a lot of projects that you can carry out in your classrooms that doesn't necessarily need a lot of things. All right, there is this one. This one I put here, they are tangrams, just a cardboard that is cut into different shapes. You can use it to teach geometry in the class. So if you look at this tangram is used to teach geometry. After the class, let's say you finish teaching geometry as a mathematics teacher or as a mathematics teacher, I think geometry is also done in basic technology. All right, so let's say you finish teaching mathematics, you can carry out this activity. The whole idea of this activity is on Limitless Space websites. Just go to, when you get to Limitless Space websites, just click on education. You're going to see communication and teamwork. You're going to see the full detail about this. But the benefit of it is to engage students to communicate very well, and it's foster collaboration also. So you can also, as I've said before, you can also invite us to come and speak in your class and carry out projects, collaboration. You can do international collaboration. This was me with Megan. We have secured a deal to collaborate throughout this year and more. So and this is when I invite our director, Casey, into my classroom to when my students are pitching their experiments idea. So you can collaborate with any of these Limitless Space Global educator. Creativity, you can inspire your students in science through art and writing. So there is this annual competition by astronauts. I've forgotten his name. spaceartscontest.com. So my student participated this year. The result is not yet out. So these are the arts that my students submitted. So this is the one that the boy putting on, is it Babariga? One of my students, an Hausa girl, did this, and I was wow. Like, so it's just
Mr.
interesting
Inga,
to see my students.
This artworks, you are not
Yes.
an English teacher, right?
I'm not an art teacher.
Do you teach in
No.
a private school? You must be from a private school,
No.
right?
I'm teaching at Ilupeju Junior Grammar School in the midst of Oshodi and Mushin boys. So, and the benefit of this is that if your student art is selected or they are writing, it will be launched in the International Space Station. What more can you be proud of as a teacher? So these are to be flown in the International Space Station cupola. So, and you can just take the picture and hang it in the lorry. And that's forever history for you and students. And your students will never forget that memory. And also gifts will be sent to your students if they emerge the winner for the competition. All right, you can organize essay writing concerning space in your classroom also. Like this one, what is the future of space exploration and why we should explore Mars? It can be a debate in your class, just as we have all these regular debates that we usually have on the assembly ground. Boys are better than girls. Girls are better than boys. So it's so interesting. Technology integration. All right. So recently, I used a remote telescope which was located in Houston, Texas. I controlled a telescope from Nigeria here, and the telescope is in US. So I'm going to show this wonderful technology to my students when they resume, and it's just about inspiring them, making them think big. Even me, I was inspired the day I used the telescope, and it's just thanks to LSI that gave us this opportunity on IHS. All right, so you can use telescope. You can get telescope or binocular to stargaze and look at this beautiful sky. But I know that will be hard because you have to wait a night or go to a place where there are no high buildings to stargaze. So, but these are ways that you can these are things that you can do to integrate technology in your class. So this one, I love it. Coding project using Scratch. Now everybody's supposed to beginners level now. Before, the common programming language that we usually practice is this basic language. So, but now for beginners, the smallest one is Scratch. So if you want to teach any student how to code, we should start with Scratch. And this is a tool that we can inspire our students, give them projects that they can do that concern space mission, simulate orbital mechanics, and all. So I attached there are some sites where you can use free resources because we recently taught robotics, and I was inspired by the class also. So I put some of these online resources where you can engage your students with Scratch coding, which is you don't need to install Scratch on your system before you use them. And there are some that have space missions and space design. All right. Before I do the recap, I just learned something recently about integrating space AI into your class. You can go to this website and ask this AI about anything concerning space if you want to know better. I use it. It is just another episode of another family of ChatGPT. You can see this one is Space GPT. So go to the website, you'll be inspired also as a teacher, and you can integrate it into your teaching and into designing your lesson resources for your class. All right. So what I've said so far is that you can inspire your students, you can engage your students with hands-on experiments. I didn't talk much on it because NASA Education has a lot of experiment that you can carry out with. It was just simple materials like cardboard, straws, PET bottles, and all. So I didn't pick all of it. There are thousands of it. And if you go to the site is on this slide. If you go to Limitless Space website under education, you will see a lot of activities in details. Even there are some templates that they will ask you to print out. You will cut them and use it with your students. So I talk about multimedia resources, like engaging your students with movies, because these are the things that can inspire them and make them engage. They will ask questions, and you will be pushed to know that what happened here. So while watching all this documentary, I mentioned about the planet, cosmos. If you are into movie, WALL-E is a good movie for children. It's an animation. The Martians is another movie that you can watch, and you can watch with your children. Field trip. Unfortunately, we don't have where we can go to as a Nigerian to do a lot of space exploration. But the only one that we can do is using telescope, stargazing, and we can also make use of some stargazing app that I've mentioned, which are
we can do virtual tour of this International Space Station.
Yes, simulation. We can do field trip. Yes, thank you for
virtual tour. That virtual tour is just like a virtual field.
Virtual field trip. Thank you.
Field trip.
Yes. I just remember.
Because I remember showing my students I do it with my own phone, because some of them, they have smartphones that are not so smart, but they don't have internet connection. So within the resources we have, that's what we use. That is what Mr. Olayinka also does. So I don't think there should be any reason for us to give excuses.
Yes, we don't need to give excuses. So we can also work on collaborative projects. I've told you, I've attached resources, a lot of resources. Mrs. Oluwabanke will share this slide with you. So I'm just going to stop here. I will just tell you that the sky is not the limit. It is just the beginning, because there's already a footprint on the moon. So why would the sky be the limit? It's not the limit. It's just the beginning. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Fantastic.
Very awesome.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I hope you guys have learned a lot. Please stick around for our group photo. I like taking pictures. Gone. And please, let's just give Mr. Adeyinka a round of applause for that fabulous presentation. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. That was a wonderful job. Do you have any questions? We can take one or two. Do you have any questions? Okay. So we've overshot our time by a little over 15 minutes, but I'm sure it was worth it for you, right? Right. So now we are going to take our group pictures. Can we all turn on so I see Mr. Adeyinka has also shared a file in the meeting. So those of you on the meeting, the file, please ensure that you download it and you go to those websites. There are plenty, numerous, free resources that you can use. The only thing is, don't be lazy and don't give excuses. So right about now, who is helping us with our group picture? Mr. Inka, are you helping us? Mr. Inka?
Yes, I can do that. I'm trying to paste those link into.
I'll give you a little time more to paste them. Once you are ready, just let me know.
Okay.
So Mr. Inka is putting up all those resources for you. Just go check them out. You will find something relevant to your subject. I myself am a chemistry teacher. You will ask, what's my business with English? What's my business with accounts? accounts. What's my business with economics? But we do these things because space science is interdisciplinary. You heard Tola Salau say that in the morning. It's interdisciplinary, cuts across. We all need each other. No man is an island. Mr. Inka is a basic technology teacher. We had biology teacher yesterday. We had mathematics. We had English. Alvaro Diego is a mathematics teacher. We also had Mr. Antonio yesterday, who is an English teacher, and he also teaches physics. So you see, you can't say, well, what are they talking about? It's none of my business. Are you ready, Mr. Inka?
Yes.
You are ready,
Sorry,
okay.
ma.
I want this, my daughter's bid to show. Please give Daniela Adewusi a shout out for me. Daniela made this fantastic bead you are seeing on my neck. She made it and I'm so proud of it. These are simple projects you can give them. She's just in GS2, going to GS2 now. And we do all these activities at home. They are cooking. During this holiday, they are cooking. They are the ones making their lunch while mommy is here, right? They are, please, we need to inspire these young ones. Over 70% of our students attend public schools. And if we don't harness them now, if we don't channel their energies positively to the right place, they are going to turn around to become a monster that we cannot handle. And we don't want that to happen. The more reason we should give them the best now, the more reason we should inspire them to be innovative thinkers, to be problem solvers, to be critical thinkers, to enhance our own economic prosperity, and for our own lives to be at peace too in the future. And you, dear colleagues, noble, distinguished educators, you have a role to play in this, and we know that you will not fail yourself and you will not fail the next generation coming. So, Mr. Inka, are we good?
All right, yeah, good. All right, let's say space. 3, 2, on a go. 3, 2, 1, space. All right, got that.
Thank you, Mr. Inka. God bless you. And with that, we have come to the end of our meeting today. It was a pleasure having you all join in. The meeting will now
Good afternoon, madam.
end. Yes, you have a question?
Yeah, sorry, please. Yesterday you said mathematics teacher came around to explain how mathematics can be brought into space like that. What about some of us that missed that part? How can we get, because we joined today, we don't know about it yesterday. Since we were grouped, we're not. I would love to see probably a link that I can use to see where it can be applied more into mathematics, how it can be used.
That was today. That was today. Today. Diego. Yesterday was Antonio, Mr. Antonio, a Brazilian. He talked on English and physics.
Okay.
Okay,
so maybe I said that because we were grouped. The time that was given to us was around 2. I joined around past 1 anyway. So I think I missed that.
Yes, you can go to the YouTube channel and watch that recorded live stream. Do you understand?
Okay, thank you.
It's all recorded, so you don't have any excuse to miss anything. If you missed anything, just go to the YouTube channel and watch the live stream for the whole program yesterday. And today's one is also streaming. So once we end, you can go there, watch all the speakers for today. You don't have to miss a thing. All right?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so guys, it's been wonderful with y'all. It's been really, really wonderful. Thank you for taking time to dedicate yourself to your professional development. We
Loma,
hope
are we
ourselves.
joining tomorrow as well?
Yes, you are joining tomorrow via the live stream on YouTube if you are not on the roster. Every other person not on the roster joins on the YouTube live stream. The link will be posted, so you won't have to miss a thing. So it's for everybody. Everybody should join. You can see that we have, we have very fantastic speakers, and it's not something you want to miss. You should share with your colleagues and let them also enjoy what you are enjoying, right? Okay. Okay. Thank you all for joining. Tomorrow we will see again this time. Yeah, let's quickly take the national anthem before we go. Shall we all take the national anthem and we officially bring the meeting to a close? So you can all unmute, except you are in a noisy environment where the noises will interfere. So it's time for us to take our national anthem. Shall we? Are we ready? 3, I don't want to say, somebody should lead us.
3, 2, 1. Nigeria, all as sovereign motherland. Our foods are symbol truth and
justice about to honor and we count to oh God of all creation, and these are to build when no man is and so with peace and
Thank you, guys. Thank you. See, we all love our dear native motherland. We sang the 3 stanzas fully. Thumbs up, guys. All right. See you all tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, y'all.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. See you.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Stop.
I love you. I love you too. Oh, amazing.